Yes, y'all. Welcome. It is 11:41 a.m. and today's date is the 13th of January 2025. Yes, 13 days into the new year. Of course, you know what time it is. It is 7 days to glory. Yes, 7 days to the OG, the legendary, the 45th, now the 47th president elect to become the president for real. To become the president for real, y'all. Okay, so good morning. If you're just tuning in, thank you for tuning in. So, right here, we will be checking out the security measures that is being put in place for the inauguration ceremony. And this is live right here. So, hopefully, everything is done the way it's supposed to be done. The way it's supposed to be done, because we don't want anything about what happened in Pennsylvania. We all know what happened in Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen. So we don't want anything like that. So we hope, this is just hope, okay? We hope that they're taking this job right here, the inauguration ceremony for Trump, very, very serious, because we do not want to see anything that isn't supposed to happen. Okay? God is in control. That's all I can say. Okay? God is in control. Let's listen to the officials provide us with the update on Trump inauguration security measures.
3, 2.
Good morning. I'm Muriel Bowser. I'm the mayor of Washington, D.C. We are located today in the Marion Barry building, and I am joined by our local law enforcement team as well as our federal partners to provide a briefing on the districts and federal partner preparation for the upcoming presidential inaugural activities in Washington, D.C. Before I start today, I want to acknowledge an incident this morning where 3 of our brave officers were responding to a residential location, and while attempting to apprehend an armed suspect, they were shot. We are fortunate that their injuries are not life-threatening, and we are grateful every day for the work of our officers and the dangers they face and their willingness to do this hard work to keep our city safe. You will hear from Chief Smith, who has been in contact with our officers and will continue to support them. We, as I said, are joined by members of my public safety team, including the Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department, as well as officials from the United States Secret Service, the FBI, the United States Capitol Police, as well as the U.S. Park Police, the D.C. National Guard, and the United States Coast Guard. We are also joined by the General Manager for Metro WMATA. And so let me just begin with our briefing. As you well know, every 4 years our city supports the peaceful transition of power. We are proud of that responsibility and grateful to our federal partners, local agencies, and community members who work together to ensure a safe event. We are here today to discuss preparations for the upcoming 60th presidential inauguration. And the Secret Service, while the Secret Service is leading the security effort, the district is working closely with the Secret Service and other federal partners. I want to recognize all of the teams for their work around the 2 national special security events of last week, including the certification of electoral votes on January 6th, as well as President Carter's funeral. So in addition to the public safety personnel who ensured the seamless processions through our city and that the nation's work was done, I want to acknowledge our other great team at the Department of Public Works and the Department of Transportation who ensured that the snow was cleared and the city was safe. For residents and businesses, most of the impact of the inauguration will be felt in the area directly around the National Mall, the United States Capitol, the Convention Center, and around Union Station. So if you live, work, or need to travel through those areas that are shown on the map, in this coming week and weekend, make sure to plan ahead and give yourself extra time. We also encourage people to use public transportation instead of driving. To help plan for Inauguration Week, we've activated 2 resources, so please use them. Our official website is inauguration.dc.gov, inauguration.dc.gov, which provides essential information for residents, businesses, and visitors, and a free text service. The residents and visitors should text DC Inaug, that's DCINAUG, to 888-777. 888-777 for updates on road closures, traffic updates, and more. In addition to this, we also know that we're expecting very cold temperatures throughout this period. So if you plan to be outside, dress appropriately. We also have our human services teams in the community working to make sure everyone gets into shelter. I encourage everyone to look out for each other. Use 311 for a shelter hotline. Check on seniors and neighbors, and make sure you clear your sidewalks and continue to prioritize safety. So with that, I want to turn this portion of the discussion over to our law enforcement officials, starting with the United States Secret Service, who leads this National Special Security event. So please, I'm welcoming Special Agent in Charge, Matt McCool, from the United States Secret Service, Washington Field Office.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser, for your introduction. I want to start by offering our thoughts and prayers to the MPD officers who were injured this morning. I'd like to thank Chief Manger in the Capitol Police, Assistant Director in Charge David Sundberg in the FBI Field Office, Chief Smith in the Metropolitan Police Department, WMATA's General Manager and CEO Randy Clark in the Metro Transit Police, Chief Taylor in the U.S. Park Police, Major General Andoni in the D.C. National Guard, United States Army Major General Breeding Camp and the Joint Task Force National Capital Region, and all of our outstanding partners in the NCR. Lastly, I want to thank the men and women of the Secret Service's Washington Field Office who have been relentless in their mission to protect our democracy. Many in this group were together just 10 days ago to discuss the operational security plans for the 2025 counting and certification of electoral votes and the state funeral of former President Carter. These events showcase the teamwork and partnership, public safety personnel in the National Capital Region. A week from today, this collaboration will again be on display at the 60th inaugural ceremonies. The upcoming inauguration, which will take place on Monday, January 20th at the Capitol, is the third leg of our Triple Crown. The Department of Homeland Security has pre-designated presidential inaugurations as national special security events. Both the election certification and funeral ceremonies were given this same NSSE designation. This designation allows the federal government, along with our state and local partners, to use all available resources to implement a comprehensive security plan. The Secret Service authors this security plan and coordinates assets with many of the public safety partners in this room and beyond. The majority of NSSEs are held in and around Washington, D.C., meaning everyone here knows what needs to happen. Regular training, constant communication, and the frequency of these events puts us in a position to succeed. The Joint Congressional Committee and inaugural ceremonies organize the upcoming inauguration, which thousands of special guests will attend. These include President Biden, Vice President Harris, several former presidents, Supreme Court justices, and lawmakers from the House and Senate. Hundreds of thousands of attendees will also be on hand to watch the peaceful transfer of power on the Capitol grounds. The public is also invited to view the inauguration from the nearby National Mall. Chief Manger will provide additional information on safety precautions underway at the Capitol. All attendees will undergo screening. Designated checkpoints will be set up for members of the public interested in attending the inauguration. A map of the perimeter showing the locations of all checkpoints will be available online at www.inauguration.dc.gov. The website will also provide information about parking, road closures, and other impacts. The Federal Aviation Administration will announce temporary flight restrictions in and around Washington, D.C. The U.S. Coast Guard will communicate any maritime restrictions, which will also be linked to the inauguration website. Additional fencing and concrete barriers will supplement the fencing already around the Capitol for the election certification and President Carter's funeral. More than 30 miles of anti-scale fence will be used for the inauguration, more than any other NSSE ever before. The Secret Service's comprehensive security plan will continue to use drones as part of our protective posture. Do not be alarmed if you see these assets during the inauguration or in training in the days ahead. The Secret Service will bring agents and other specialists from field offices across the country to provide a full slate of visible and invisible security measures. We work side by side with our partners throughout the process as everyone plays an equal part in safeguarding this event. As evidence of this cooperation, consider the more than 1,500 annual protective visits the Secret Service Washington Field Office conducts with our MPD partners. It is also worth recognizing the historic nature of 3 NSSEs over 14 days. This busy period further coincided with several notable winter weather events. This demonstrates that the resolve of the Secret Service and our partners has never been stronger. Once again, I want to thank everyone here and those in the region for their patience. This all-star team is working to keep everyone safe while minimizing disruptions to the public as much as possible. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Chief Major of the United States Capitol Police.
Thank you, Matt. With the inauguration coming up next Monday, many of the security enhancements that went up around the Capitol for January 6th and for President Carter lying in state have remained in effect. And as you heard from Special Agent McCool, the fencing remains up and will be staffed by individuals who, on the day of the inauguration, will be able to assist people in terms of getting in, getting screened, and finding their way to where their seats are. One of the differences between what we expect this weekend and next Monday from the past few weeks is that we expect much larger crowds. There are going to be nearly 250,000 ticketed guests attending the inauguration. In addition to that, there will be folks that are showing up to participate in a number of demonstrations that will be in the downtown area. We have on Saturday the People's March. It will be at the Lincoln Memorial, and they expect there may be 10,000 to 15,000 people at that event. On the day of the inauguration, there will also be demonstrations going on. A group called We Fight Back expects, they on their permit ad said they expect about 10,000 people, and that will be in a couple of locations in the downtown area on Monday. The biggest threat, I think, for all of us remains the lone actor. Just in the past week, while President Carter was lying in state, we had 2 lone actors show up at the Capitol. One trying to bring in knives and a machete, another one who was trying to, what I believe, to disrupt the proceedings by setting their car on fire down in the Peace Circle area. U.S. Capitol Police were able to interdict these folks before they had a chance to do any harm. But that threat of the lone actor remains the biggest justification for us being at this heightened state of alert throughout the next week. There will be folks along the fence line to assist the public in getting in to the inauguration for those that have tickets, and there will you'll hear from Metro. They're opening up early. The gates are opening up early, and we encourage people to show up early just because of the size of the crowds that we expect. And I'll close by saying that while we have around 250,000 ticketed guests for the inauguration, there are ticket scams that are ongoing, and people should be aware of the fact that there are these scams going on. So before anybody buys a ticket, make sure that you're getting a ticket from a reliable source, which at this point is mostly a member of Congress or someone who is in a position to be able to have the legitimate tickets.
Thank you, Chief. With that, I would like to call Agent Sundberg from the FBI.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning, I'm Dave Sundberg, Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Washington Field Office, and I appreciate this opportunity to be here today to discuss the FBI's partnership with both federal and local agencies to prepare for the 60th presidential inauguration. For this event, the FBI has lead federal law enforcement responsibility for crisis management, counterterrorism, and intelligence analysis. For the inauguration, the FBI will operate 2 command posts, one at the Washington Field Office and one at FBI headquarters. These command posts serve as central hubs for employees to analyze intelligence, assess potential threats, coordinate investigations, and surge resources as needed. They will be running throughout the NSSE period. We are not currently tracking any specific or credible threats to the inaugural ceremony or to the Capitol complex. We will continue to work closely with our partners to share information and identify and disrupt any threats that may emerge. As always, we remind the public to remain vigilant and report suspicious activity to law enforcement. We look forward to working with our partners to ensure that these events are held safely. It's my pleasure to introduce Metropolitan Police Department Chief Pamela Smith.
Good morning, and thank you, Director Sundberg. I'm Chief Pamela A. Smith, Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department here in Washington, D.C. Allow me to begin by just sharing just a few comments about the tragic incident that occurred this morning with our 3 officers. I'm happy to say that they are doing okay. It's such an unfortunate incident when officers are responding to a particular location based on a call, and this kind of incident ensues. Thank you to those agencies and department heads who have reached out. Continue to keep our officers in prayer as they journey to their space of good health. To talk a little bit about the National Special Security event with the 2025 presidential inauguration, what I will say is that there are no law enforcement agencies that are more unified than those trusted with securing the presidential inauguration. And I would like to thank everyone who's here today that have supported this city for their collaboration. Our message today is very direct. We're prepared. The men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department, DC government, and our partners are fully prepared for the 60th presidential inauguration. And let me briefly speak to what that means in terms of support. Our entire police department will be activated for the presidential inauguration. In addition, we'll be reinforced with nearly 4,000 officers from across the United States who were generous enough to raise their hands and commit their time to assist the Metropolitan Police Department. Those additional resources will be deployed to manage traffic, secure dignitary routes, and ensure public safety in our city. I'd like to pause and thank those officers who are coming to our city, taking time away from their families to ensure the safety and security of this event. Their commitment to our country, to the city, and their law enforcement partners are admirable. They deserve praise from us all. Also, I want to extend special thanks to their leadership teams for allowing them to come and support us for this event. In addition to the support of the fellow law enforcement partners, we will have 7,800 National Guard members that will be activated across the district to assist with the inauguration. This is not just at the request of the Metropolitan Police Department, but at the U.S. Secret Service and those who are under the Security Special Inauguration event for today. for the upcoming election, inauguration, sorry. While we're focusing on the presidential inauguration, I want our residents and businesses to know that we remain fully committed to delivering comprehensive police services across all 7 of the city's districts during this period. We know we'll be able to rise to the challenge because we've done it before. No city handles large-scale events better than the District of Columbia. This month alone, in collaboration with our partners, we've successfully secured 2 national special security events, the counting and certification of the electoral votes, and the state funeral for former U.S. President Jimmy Carter. Both events were successful because our agencies worked together to develop and execute a comprehensive security plan. The 60th presidential inauguration is no different. Our inaugural planning committee has spent the past year working with federal and local partners to ensure the proper measures are in place. To those planning to attend the presidential inauguration or post-inauguration events, be prepared for security checkpoints and an extensive perimeter downtown. Road closures will go into effect early Sunday morning, January 19th. We ask that you avoid driving if at all possible and use our metro stations as a better option to get around. There will be several closures that will also impact the areas around the Washington Convention Center, Capital One Arena, Union Station, and the National Cathedral. Details are available at inauguration.dc.gov, and we encourage you to plan ahead. As the inaugural events unfold, our state-of-the-art Joint Operations Command Center will monitor events in real time, leveraging an expanded camera network to manage crowds and security checkpoints. We'll be ready to respond quickly to any situation. And please note, the MPD will ensure your right to peacefully protest and assemble. However, I want to reiterate, as I always have, that violence, destruction, and unlawful behavior will not be tolerated. Offenders will face swift and decisive consequences. On last Friday, a group of protesters outside of the National Archives broke the law and began tearing down signage. Our Special Operations Division was deployed and quickly moved in and made 7 arrests, 6 for unlawful entry and 1 for crossing a police line. We will maintain that swift response to any similar activity that plays out across our city, and we will not tolerate any violence. We want people to come to the District of Columbia to enjoy our city, but those who break the law will be arrested and will be held accountable for their actions. We also ask for your help in making sure that everyone stays safe by being an extra pair of eyes and ears. If you see something, say something. Report suspicious activity to 911 or submit tips to 202-727-9099 via text to 50411 or online at iwatchdc.org. In addition to DC government's 60th presidential inauguration website, MPD will be providing updates on road closures and security impacts through our social media channels. And finally, I'd like to thank the men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department and recognize their dedication and hard work to support the presidential inauguration. Thank you for your cooperation and thank you in advance for your patience. Together, we will ensure a safe and successful presidential inauguration. Now, I'll turn it over to Metro General Manager Randy Clark to discuss impacts on the Metro system.
Good morning, everyone. As the Chief said, I'm Randy Clark, the WMATA General Manager. I want to thank the Mayor for having us here today with all of our partners. Obviously, a very successful week with 2 national security events, and as the Mayor and I were discussing earlier, a pretty significant weather event. And I think these partnerships demonstrate everyone working together got us through that, and we look forward to doing that again for the upcoming inauguration. I'm going to take a moment and go through generally some pretty significant service impacts, because I think that's going to be the most impactful for people visiting the inauguration and local residents. But just highlighting, this is again not Metro's first inauguration, just like all the agencies up here. Our Transit Police Department is led by Chief Anzalo. This will actually be his 10th inauguration, working both for DC, MPD, and now us. We feel very confident with the measures we put in place, a lot of preparedness. We have 15 other law enforcement transit police agencies around the country, similar to as Chief Smith mentioned, to come in and supplement our workforce. We also have our National Guard partners, which we very much appreciate, and TSA. So probably throughout the Metro system, we'll have over 900 security uniformed personnel to keep people safe. They'll be walking trains, they'll be in platforms, bus areas, The whole idea is to get ahead of something, see something, say something, lots of uniformed personnel to keep people safe. Additionally, there'll be lots of signage out through all the system, really explaining to people where they can go and where they can't go. I want to highlight WMATA.com/inauguration for people that are really trying to get some granular information. We'll go through that in a little bit more detail. So as Chief Manger said, we did get a request from the Secret Service and the Capitol Police, and we are going to be opening the Metro Rail system at 4 a.m. the day of inauguration to help with crowds. We will have increased service throughout the day as well. On the red line, we expect 4-minute frequency all day long, 8 minutes on all the other lines, and the yellow line we're going to extend to Greenbelt, so we can really connect Virginia, Maryland, and DC all together on those lines. There are some significant station closures, though, at the request of Secret Service as well. McPherson Square Station, Federal Triangle, and Smithsonian, those are on the blue, orange, and silver lines. They will all be closed. The green, yellow lines, we're going to have Mount Vernon Square and Archive stations closed. Now, we are going to run service through those stations. That just means people will not be able to enter or exit those stations. We will be running trains through those stations. There are some additional station closures and entrance closures at other times, specifically Farragut West. Half the station will be open, but we will have entrance open. At Metro Center, the same thing. Gallery Place, Judiciary Square, and then Union Station. So there's obviously other events outside of inauguration going on. Again, WMATA.com/inauguration for those specific things. We'll also be posting everything on social media, and we encourage people to follow Metro Pulse. So significant amount of rail impact throughout the multi-day process. We also have 41 bus detours throughout the whole downtown area. I think it's fair to say if you have to go downtown, like the mayor said, please prepare and try to find alternatives as best as you possibly can. A couple other quick highlights we're going to do. We encourage people to pay with either a Smart Trip card or on your phone. You can just tap your Apple Pay and go. The other thing is we are coming out with our inaugural commemorative Smart Trip card with President Trump on it. It's going to be available at 16 stations, and I believe we're posting those at stations on January 15th. Lastly, I just want to thank all the Metro staff, and just like every other leader up here. This is an incredible partnership. I've been in multiple cities doing a lot of events. There's nothing better than how it's done here in the National Capital Region. But the men and women at Metro have been working nonstop for over a week, dealing with 2 snow events, 2 national security events, and just running regular service. So just want to take a moment and recognize all their hard work, and thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I also want to recognize that I've been joined by the city administrator for the district, Kevin Donahue, the director of DC Homeland Security, Clint Osborne, and the deputy mayor for public safety and justice, Lindsay Apia. So with that, we'll take a few questions. Yes, please introduce yourself. And I think you have a microphone coming.
Thank you. My name is Sonia Schott with Diario Las Americas. I would like to know what is different this year in comparison to last year's in the light of the recent events, security events happening in New Orleans, and also recently during one of the rallies of President-elect Trump.
Let me ask Agent McCool to address that.
So I would say what's different is we are in a higher threat environment.
Yeah.
Yeah, give it
What's the
even.
difference in comparison to last year's? What is the difference in comparison to the last inauguration or previous inauguration?
Last inauguration.
Yeah.
I would say we have a slightly more robust security plan. We've been planning for this event for 12 months, along with our partners. It's an ever-changing threat environment, and so we stay flexible. If we see that, hey, we need to shore this particular checkpoint up, we do that. So what's different? We've learned. This is our 5th NSSE this year in the Washington field office. We've done 83 NSSEs. Each one we take a look at, and if there's areas where we need to improve, we do it. But what I can tell you is that we are 100% confident in the plan that we have put in place for this inauguration, that the public and our protectees will be safe.
And can you give a number of people who are going to be put in place in order to law enforcement agents also?
So there'll be approximately 25,000 law enforcement and military personnel on site to secure the event.
Thank you very much. Gabriella Border with Reuters. Do you have an estimate on how many people are going to be coming into town between Saturday's demonstration and Monday's inauguration? And do you have any idea how many residents are going to be leaving town during that period?
I don't know how many residents are going to be leaving town. It is a holiday weekend, so I would expect that it will be similar numbers of personal travel on that weekend. So let me just ask the chief to speak to any other estimates from the permits that we have on hand. And Chief Major spoke to a number that he's aware of ticketed event totals. But beyond that, we don't get in the business of estimating how many people. We look at the data that we have for people who have tickets and the like. So, Chief.
So we do have on January 20th approximately about 12 First Amendment activities. One in particular on the 19th is the People's March, which we have an estimate of about, initially the permit said about 50,000 people. I think as of today, we're looking at about maybe 25,000 or less. We will be prepared. We've dealt with this group size before during the last inauguration. I think it was called the Women's March at that time, and now it's the People's March. And we will be prepared. And that's the largest event with respect to numbers of people coming into the city. Again, we don't give numbers, but we will be prepared to address any large groups that come to our city.
Between the People's March and the large crowds of Trump supporters that are going to be coming into the city, are you aware of any counter-protests or potential for tension between these groups of people, and what measures specifically are you taking to ensure that everyone can voice their thoughts safely in a very politically volatile weekend?
Well, as I've stated before, we want people to come and voice their opinion safely. We have our civil disturbance unit. Every team will be activated here across the city. As I stated before, we have approximately 4,000 law enforcement officers who are providing support here in the city. And we also have the opportunity, we have the Council of Government, where we are an association of police chiefs in this region. So if there's any support that we need, we know how to break glass and ask for those resources in a very quick and swift manner.
Any other questions? Yes.
You said that.
Oh, here we go. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Nathan Worcester, Epic Times. You mentioned that there was no specific or credible threats, and you mentioned, Chief Major, that there was more of a concern with a potential lone actor. Are there any indications that there could be groups similar to the ones who showed up at the DNC this summer and refused to disperse, leading to dozens of arrests?
We're prepared for any of that. One of the precautions we've taken is the security fence around the Capitol complex, and we're hopeful that that'll keep any of the protests from getting too close to the Capitol. And we have adequate resources in terms of assistance with other law enforcement agencies on Capitol grounds to quell any disturbances if they start.
So there are no indications of those similar groups at this so far?
None. There's we have no intelligence to that effect.
Yes.
Good morning. I have a couple of questions. My first question is for the law enforcement personnel, particularly those who are going to be closest to the ground. How do you mitigate Fourth Amendment violations, throughout this entire endeavor? Just given the fact that this is a polarizing time, we have two groups, a lot of people going at it on the ground. What's the strategy as far as mitigating that so that people don't feel like they're being singled out? And I'm just speaking because those are similar sentiments back in 2020 at the height of the George Floyd protests.
Chief?
Well, Sam, thank you for the question. I think right now, we're in two different time periods with respect with what was happening around the George Floyd time period and where we are today with respect to Fourth Amendment and with respect to how we engage with the community. I think we have come a long way with bridging the gap between how we deal with our residents and even the groups. I mean, if you notice here in the city, we allow peaceful protests all the time. But when it comes to violating the law, we're just not going to tolerate it. I've given my team direct orders as of last week. Anyone who thinks that they can come into this city to destroy property, we will be prepared to deal with them or destroy our businesses. We want people to come into our city. I think we train, if not annually, biannually on Fourth Amendment. I, in particular, have had many conversations with our U.S. Attorney's Office, and I brought them into our police department to also provide us with additional training around Fourth Amendment. So I think we'll be very prepared to deal with any Fourth Amendment issues that may arise.
A couple more questions if that's cool.
For me or for the mayor?
Go ahead.
And I don't want to get tangential, but with the MLK holiday coming up, and with the recent federal complaint levied against the empowerment program here in D.C., what is on your mind as a mayor?
Federal complaint about what?
Federal complaint about an affinity program for black girls in D.C. There's a parent group that is that filed a complaint against that last week.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that.
No problem. But it's in line with the DEI pushback that's been happening over the last couple of years. And seeing as though we're celebrating Dr. King's birth, and you as a black female mayor are a beneficiary of what he has accomplished, what is on your mind coming into this time where Trump is coming into office and we have the GOP targeting programs that are meant to protect our black and our affinity groups?
Well, there's a lot on my mind, but right now we're focused on a peaceful transition of power and the district working with federal law enforcement partners to ensure that that happens. I think there's going to be a lot of time and space for policy discussions, both those policy discussions where there's agreement and where there's disagreement. Obviously, in Washington, D.C., we embrace our values that that make us a strong and diverse city. Who else has questions? Yes. Hold on. That was the last question. Next question. Next question.
Two questions. First for the chief. I know you mentioned other agencies coming in to help. For residents here, when can they start to expect to see those other police forces, and when can they expect to see them leave the area?
Don't you want to keep them around? So I think we will most likely see them coming in roughly around the 18th and or the 19th. We did ask if we could have a group that would come in earlier to help support us for the People's March, and roughly around 100 or so officers, and I'm assuming right after the inauguration, as long as nothing else transpires beyond that date, we anticipate releasing them to go back to their home states.
One more question, if I could, for the mayor. I know we're starting to see numbers come in as far as the cost for building the stage outside the Wilson building for the inauguration. For residents that are concerned about spending $1.5 million on that instead of, using those dollars locally for programs, what do you say to them?
We do it every 4 years. I hate that the costs have escalated, but if you can imagine those costs escalating, think about our schools, buildings, our road projects, and everything else that the district builds. And then you'll understand some of the pressures we have with our capital budget. So things are more expensive, and I think people recognize that as the host city, and the importance of us having our building on Pennsylvania Avenue and being the only jurisdiction that can participate in that way is powerful. So while I don't like that the costs have gone up so much, I think it's important to do it every 4 years. Any other questions here?
With Telemundo 44. I wanted to thank you for giving us that update on what happened this morning. I was wondering if there's any more information on the suspect. Is mental health, was that a factor? Anything else you can share?
I only know anecdotally that it would appear that the resident did have some mental health issues. I hesitate to say that because That's not, I didn't get my medical degree yesterday, but we are concerned that that was a problem. Yes.
Chief Smith.
There you
I
are.
got that.
Okay, I just didn't know where you were.
Chief Smith, you say that your department is prepared, but I want to note that just a little while ago, the FOP, Greg Pemberton, has put out a press release in which he notes that the size of the force is its lowest in 50 years, that you're using excessive overtime, which is leading to exhaustion and mental exhaustion and physical exhaustion by these officers. And he says, quote, it has reduced the effectiveness of the force. And I wonder if you have a comment on that.
Well, I think that one thing that I will say is that we are low in numbers, and I don't think that's any different from a lot of the other partners that are here today. What I will say is that our officers are resilient. I will also state that over the last 2 years, or 2.5 years, to be honest, our officers have been engaged in a mental health and wellness program that we have here at the Metropolitan Police Department. My predecessor stood that up prior to my arrival as the Chief Equity Officer. And we will do everything we can to ensure that our officers get the appropriate arrest. I'm an advocate for making sure that mental health and wellness is on the forefront of my mind as well as the forefront of the officers. And we will continue to support our officers to ensure that they are healthy and that they get the appropriate rest they need with respect to providing support for our city.
But if I have one follow-up, the size of the force is 4 years ago, you probably would have had 3,700 to 3,800 officers 4 years ago. You're down below 3,200. How much of a stress is that on your department?
I think when you think about it, it's certainly a stress without having the particular numbers that we're looking to obtain. But I also know that we've been leveraging that with technology, right? We do recognize that our officers can't be at all places at all times, which is why we have expanded our CCTV coverage across the city, and we've stood up the Real-Time Crime Center to help support with the eyes and ears across our city.
So this would be a good time to mention to all the young people looking at how you can serve your country. MPD is hiring, as is, I think, every agency here. So law enforcement is a great career. So think about serving your nation's capital in some way. Did you get a question? Okay, yeah.
Hey, Ellie Silverman with the Washington Post. Thanks for taking so many questions. I had a clarifying question. I think this would be for Special Agent McCool, but when you mentioned the 25,000 law enforcement and military personnel, did that include the numbers that Chief Smith shared about MPD's full activation, the additional 4,000 officers, or even the Capitol Police officers, or is it in addition?
That number is all encompassing.
Got
so
it.
It includes everything they mentioned.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mayor Josh Chapin here at 7 News. Sorry if I walked in late and you guys talked about this already, but I think there's certainly a little bit of buzz in the city about what happened on the football field last night. So if you care to comment on that, but that tied into the RFK stadium stuff. I just curious, shovels in the ground, there was some reporting we did yesterday saying that we're going to see some more construction equipment over there.
Yes.
So I think sort of a twofold Commanders RFK question is what I'm asking.
Yes, go Commanders, beat the Lions. Let me just say that. And I just want to congratulate the organization and all the long-suffering fans who are feeling really good this morning. And to win this playoff game, I think I saw it reported that Jaden Daniels was 5 years old. The last time the the Commanders won a playoff game. So it's a great day. And it is true that the city, through Events DC, will begin demolishing the current stadium. It has been long planned and discussed and permitted. It's going to be a selective demolition, which means it won't be a big implosion. It's going to happen over the course of many, many months, and you'll begin to see construction equipment and materials there. All right. Yes.
Hi. Rebecca with 7 News. I guess this would be a question for Secret Service and for potentially Capitol Police. If you can paint a picture for folks either new to the area or are unfamiliar with NSSEs, layman's terms, what can they expect visually and as well as invisibly? Are we talking State of the Union level security? If you can paint a picture for us.
So we don't discuss all our means and methods, but I can discuss what they will see. So they will see lots of anti-scale fence. They will see tactical teams. They'll see CDU units. They'll see officers and agents on rooftops. They'll see checkpoints. They'll see road closures and barriers and concrete. That's what they can plan to see. Answer your question?
Anybody else? Yes. On topic.
What is your contingency plan? Well, on the topic of this relationship between local and federal, what is your contingency plan if, by any chance, with Trump coming into office once again, that home rule is, close to being eviscerated, that things are under threat? What's your contingency plan when the discussions go nowhere and when the person who you hope is cooperative is not being cooperative?
Well, I think this is, we always are planning for how the district responds to our legal authority and our right to self-determination. So that doesn't ever change. But it also doesn't change the fact that the district wants to work cooperatively with those who work with us. That includes the incoming president and the incoming leadership in the Congress. Any other questions? Yes. All right. This may be the last one.
Okay.
Yes.
Kind of going off of the viewing stand, do you know at this point how many people are set to be in the viewing stand outside of the Wilson building? Is it a full house? Is it?
It will be. We will occupy all the seats. And in addition to that viewing stand, we also support the Presidential Inaugural Committee with building the viewing stand across from the White House and the media stand. I think, does anybody know the number of seats? I want to say it's probably like 50 or something like that. It may be more, 50 to 60, I don't know. And then I will invite guests and the council will invite guests.
But to clarify, the 1.5 million is for just the
I
Wilson
think so.
stand, right?
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
So you all can write all about it, the 1.5 million, that's what it cost. And so here's the question for the people. Do you not want to be represented on Pennsylvania Avenue during the most watched event of the political season? You could say no. I'm not going to say no as mayor. I'm going to do it now. I'll do it the next time like I did it the last times, just like we did it for every other president. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. What you've heard from the mayor of DC. You've heard from the law enforcement officers. They're saying they're going to work hard to protect the 47th, everybody that comes into town that particular day. And yeah. Hopefully there would be no DEI stupidity. There'll be no DEI foolishness. Everything would work as it's supposed to work. Now just watching this is like, do I want to go with my daughter? Because my daughter is 5 years old than me. I don't want to be going to no goddamn inauguration. Then it's just me and my daughter. And then we're looking back and forth. I'm not teaming up with some sort of if we're going in groups, everybody's like fully loaded. But it's just me and my daughter. Do I want to go to the inauguration? I do have ticket to the inauguration, like I told y'all yesterday. But I'm thinking to myself, do I want to go? All right, let me block you real fast, nigga. All right, so, do I want to go? Do I want to go? I'm thinking to myself, bro, do I want to go? But I'm thinking to myself, man, Maybe I don't want to go. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, man, because I got my 5-year-old daughter, bro. I mean, who knows what's gonna happen? But all right.
We want to go live now to that update we promised from officials there in California. Let's listen in.
Inspected. Severe fire weather conditions will continue through Wednesday. Please be assured that all fire departments and all law enforcement agencies in the area will be prepared. The anticipated winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in all of Los Angeles County critical. I ask all Los Angeles County residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are important for our collective safety in preventing the next wildfire natural disaster. I did want to dispel one rumor. The LA County Fire Department has never turned down any offers for mutual aid assistance and resources. Repopulation will not occur until all areas are safe. Additionally, our CL-415 Super Scooper that was damaged because of a drone incursion is reportedly going to be flying tomorrow morning. It has been repaired, and we're waiting for the FAA to give us approval to fly again. Thank you to Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger and Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for your unwavering leadership and continued support throughout this unprecedented disaster. And finally, to all the Los Angeles County residents affected by this catastrophe, please be assured your firefighters continue to work towards full containment of these wildfires from the air and on the ground. We stand alongside each of you as you begin the repopulation of evacuated areas when safe and the rebuilding of your homes, your communities, and your lives. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'll just start off with just a moment to share with everybody out there that's been impacted by these wildland fires that the entire LAFD family, sworn and civilian, our city family, Mayor Bass, city leadership, everybody, our thoughts and hearts and prayers go out to you as we continue to push forward and mitigate this emergency. We understand the impacts, and we're working and will continue to work very, very, very hard for everyone. Another point I want to make is that also we are so very grateful for the firefighters and the first responders that have already arrived and continue to arrive in the Southern California region. We absolutely know that we cannot do this on our own, and we are tremendously appreciative of all of your continued support. As the increasing wind event is upon us as we speak, the Los Angeles City Fire Department has maximized our resource capabilities and response capabilities. All available LAFD resources have been staffed. I have strategically pre-positioned engine strike teams and task forces which are dedicated to rapid response for any new fire that breaks out in the city. In addition, I've directed the Fire Prevention Bureau to augment wildfire patrols in high hazard areas. The Palisades fire, your LAFD remains committed to this fire, and we have a significant number of engines that have been dedicated to this fire. The crews that are involved, we have crews from up and down the state, outside of the state, have made excellent, excellent work overnight, mopping up flare-ups and hotspots. Their primary focus last night was on the Mandeville Canyon area, and this fire is now at 23,713 acres with 14% containment, with 5,123 personnel assigned to the Palisades incident. Firefighters will continue to work diligently throughout the day to increase containment and prevent further fire spread. Again, I want to focus my comments on the amount of resources that are here in the Palisades, from the first responders all the way up to our incident command teams. Again, we're going to keep working really, really hard for you. Just a brief comment on the Hearst fire. It's been held to 799 acres with 95% containment. Again, thank you to the community members that are out there for remaining vigilant. We're not in the clear. I want to make sure of that. We are not in the clear as of yet, and we must not let our guard down, as we have right now extreme fire behavior, and we need to make sure that the community is staying updated with the most information, updated information as well. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. And please, please stay safe. I would now like to introduce our next speaker, and that is Sheriff Luna. Thank you.
Robert Luna, Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Regarding our deployment, we still have well over 1,000 of our Los Angeles County deputies out there working on 12-hour shifts. We have 172 California Highway Patrol officers. I'd like to thank the commissioner who was with me yesterday, Sean DeRee, for all of his assistance. I also want to thank Major General Beavers. I was with him as well, and he has fortunately been able to increase the amount of National Guard assistance that he is giving us to up to 600. And he told me yesterday if we need more, we can ask for more, and we are strategically looking at that, analyzing it, and we'll ask as needed. Evacuations, we have approximately, and this is some good news because it's dropped, we have over 92,000 people who are under evacuation orders and approximately 89,000 people who are under evacuation warnings. I want our community to know this, and Chief Maroney did talk about this for a second. In every conversation we're having about evacuations, warnings, whether they're going to implement them or take them away, the conversation about repopulation is on all of our minds. I know that we are attending, staff's attending community meetings, whether they be out in the Palisades Fire area in Malibu for us at LA County Sheriffs, in the Altadena area. We are hearing our community loud and clear, and we want to get you in there as soon as possible. But I want to reiterate what is holding us up. This is very important. We are still, for the Altadena area, we are in the third day of grid searching. It is a very grim task, and we, unfortunately, every day we're doing this, we're running across the remains of individual community members. That is not easy work, very sad to report, and I believe that work is not only going to continue, but I believe will continue to find remains. So please be patient with us. People are saying, I just want to go look at my house and I want to see what's left. We know that, but we have people literally looking for the remains of your neighbors. Please be patient with us. There's a lot of hazards in the area still. The area has not been rendered safe. Please be patient with us. And then we have the potential of crime scenes. And I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying we have to think ahead because we can't go back from that. So please be patient with us. The curfew is still in effect, 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. for specifically the mandatory evacuation areas in both the Palisades impacted area and the Eaton Fire impacted areas. Those are subject to change depending on need, one way or another. We understand, again, that people want to go back, but it is dangerous to do so, and we will not put anybody's safety at risk. I want to talk about arrest for the LA County Sheriff's area. Overnight, we had several other arrests. It brings it up to a total of 34 in our geographic area. We have 30 in the Eaton fire area, and we have 4 in the Palisades area. Last night specifically, again, for LA County Sheriff's jurisdiction, we arrested 4. 2 were for curfew violations. 2 were arrested for 1 drone incident. To my knowledge, we have now had 2 specific drone incidents that have resulted in 3 arrests. So as I talk to our community again, if you do not have...
This is sad to hear that they're finding remains of people in the Los Angeles fire. This is sad to see, man. Absolutely sad.
California Governor Gavin Newsom responded to another onslaught of criticism from President-elect Donald Trump and his allies as they blamed Democrats' handling of the wildfires, slamming the government as incompetent on Sunday.
There was a serious lack of competent governance in California, and I think it's part of the reason why these fires have gotten so bad.
With respect to the future vice president, I didn't hear his remarks, but I would invite him, as I did Donald Trump, to visit with the community, express empathy of the scale of this tragedy, and be here for the American people that happen to reside here in Southern California.
This after Trump blasted Newsom and Los Angeles leaders like Mayor Karen Bass last week, claiming their liberal policies have made the crisis worse. Our panel is back. Megan Hayes, this is obviously, this kind of disaster is a massive testing moment for any politician. This is where it gets extraordinarily real. You have seen Gavin Newsom try to be out front. His videos of himself walking through the rubble, meeting with people. He did multiple national news interviews over the weekend. There's also the mayor, Karen Bass. Is the criticism that they're receiving here legit?
I mean, some criticism, of course, is legit. I'm not sure that this is the time to be having this criticism. I'm not sure how the governor or the mayor control 100-mile-an-hour winds and a drought. So I'm not sure exactly how they were supposed to stop those.
So what about the no water in the fire hydrant? I'm not sure. There was no water in the fire hydrant, ladies and gentlemen. He closed all the it was shutting down dams in California because he wanted to save a fish, salmon and smelt. And she's saying, well, I don't know if, there was no water in the fire hydrant. Jesus.
Those things. I also think that there has been some real misinformation and disinformation coming from the president very early on, and some of his friends, I guess, that spread some of this. It's some unfair criticism. Of course there is criticism here. Of course that people can always do more. Millions of people are impacted by this.
No, not the people. Stop saying the people can always do more. I don't know. The governor, the mayors, they can do more. Stop saying the people. The people do what they're supposed to do, which is pay high taxes in California. California has one of the highest taxes. So what are you talking about?
So there's always going to be criticism. I'm not sure now is the time to do that, and I'm not sure that some of the criticism they're getting is fair.
But Matt, where has Karen Bass been through all of this? I mean, because you've seen a lot of Newsom. I will give him that. You know, we can criticize him, or you can evaluate how he's doing it. But Bass has not been out front.
Bass has been totally MIA, and I think look, it's very clear from interactions from the tarmac of that plane coming back from Ghana to all the way now. She is not used to these sort of adversarial or press interactions, just tough questions in public life that a lot of politicians who've been through the fire tend to get. That's number one. Number two, Gavin Newsom, look, going on Pod Save America over the weekend, I think was a massive mistake. And they had their own issues sending donations through Act Blue, the Democratic Party vehicle, which takes a cut of them. That's number one. Number two, but also I think there's a lot less tolerance for the kind of the line of argument Megan was talking about politicizing this on the right, because we remember very clearly, and DeSantis brought this up, when Kamala was trying to make hay out of phone calls during the campaign, how DeSantis wouldn't answer. And I just looked it up over the break too. We often hear this and are on this sort of thing when we get mass shootings, God forbid, with Republicans, how we kind of have a very similar thing. Let's not politicize this, let's not do that. And Gavin Newsom on the day of one of the Tennessee shootings in March of 23, and then 2 months later, a North Hollywood Beach shooting in Florida, I just looked it up on X, was posting blaming DeSantis for certain policies on the AP's original post, and then also Marsha Blackburn in the Tennessee one. So the cries ring very hollow to me when Newsom talks about this.
I mean, this is inherently political. It's also why Newsom, you notice, isn't spending that much time with Karen Bass right now. And he has been subtly pointing the finger at local officials. Karen Bass has also been attacked by the fire department chief. And one way or another, I think one of the lasting images of this fire.
And that's too sad that you have a governor of a state that is blaming the local head, is blaming the local department, saying, you guys don't have water in your fire hydrant, but you are the governor, Gavin Newsom. You are the governor of the state. Or if anybody is to blame, it is supposed to be the head. The head is supposed to be at fault, okay? If the head isn't doing what it's supposed to do, then how is the body supposed to do what it's supposed to do? He is to blame. He shut down dams in California. Santa Ynez Reservoir was empty. Oh, my Lord. The Palisade burned down because Santa Ynez was basically empty. How can you have a reservoir that is supposed to have water in it and then it's empty? And then you have wildfire. You don't have water to quench your fire. There is no water. Of course, no water in the Santa Ynez Reservoir. You can look in the comment section. You guys can search what I'm talking about. Santa Ynez Reservoir was empty. Okay. No water in the fire hydrant. What are you talking about? How can you be this incompetent? Gavin is blaming the local officials. Local officials are blaming the weather. The people are blaming the government. Matter of fact, some people are blaming themselves. I see videos of people actually trying to quench the fire in their homes. They're using the pool water. They're using other ways. Some people are getting milk from their fridge. Milk. Oh my God. People are getting milk, ladies and gentlemen. They're getting milk, pouring the milk on the fire. We have pictures. People pouring milk on the fire. Too sad. And then you ask Gavin Newsom, you say, sir, what happened? Why don't you have water in the fire hydrant? Well, that's a local issue. We're going to have to ask the local officials. I mean, why wasn't there water in the fire hydrant? I mean, you would ask, right? That's what the people are asking. They said no water in the fire hydrant. Bro, you are the governor. I mean, you better resign.
Fire is the fact that there was not water coming out of the fire hydrants.
Yeah. But I think it's important, like, there's distinguishing between there's legitimate criticism to make about governance in California, whether it's about the inability to bury the power lines or it's about water policy or whatever it is. And then there's also criticism that's happening where it's just like, oh, the DEI policies of the fire department, and there are too many, maybe seeing that's an X, like there are too many lesbians who are working in the fire department. That sort of thing gets really mixed in there, and it becomes unclear from a viewership standpoint.
Okay, so I'm gonna read this comment right here. Somebody said, well, when you are in when wanted to say maybe effing drought, why are y'all focused on the effing reservoir? That doesn't fix everything. Your brain isn't working. If you could type something like that. This person right here, your brain definitely isn't working because you just said here, well, when you are in a freaking drought, why are you all focused on a freaking reservoir? That doesn't fix everything. So you mean to tell me if there was water in the freaking reservoir, it wouldn't have helped a little bit? Huh? This is how I know your brain isn't working. This is why I really don't be reading this, because most people's brain don't work. A water reservoir was empty in a dry state. when you know this place is prone to wildfire. You had no water in your reservoir. And fools like this say, well, a reservoir doesn't count. A reservoir. So what counts? Well, tell me what counts if a reservoir doesn't count. People like this voted for Newscom and support the climate change, Green New Deal, and DEI and LGQDBTQGBLMNT ABCDEFGH plus. Fools.
Which one is actually going to get attacked? And it seems like over and over, you don't actually see the real governance problems get changed in the aftermath. You just see the sort of facially culture war style politics really take hold.
Megan, we do know Newsom obviously has very high-profile ambitions, right? He wants to be president of the United States. No secret of that. Is the way he's handling this going to make it more likely he becomes president or less?
Well, I think this is part of the reason you see Donald Trump and J.D. Vance criticizing him, right? They're trying to poke holes in his ability to run in 28. I think J.D. Vance is going to want to run. So I think there is a lot of future politicalization going on here and making it hard for him.
What do you think, Alex?
I completely agree with that, and J.D. Vance is almost certainly going to run in 2028, so in some ways this is maybe the first firing shot of that potential matchup.
Well, as Southern California grapples with this disaster, U.S. Vice President...
This one's already talking about 2028. He can't even handle a fire in his goddamn states.
President-elect J.D. Vance is criticizing the state's leadership. Here he is speaking with Fox News on Sunday.
We have to do a better job. We need competent, good governance. Now, that doesn't mean you can't criticize the governor of California for, I think, some very bad decisions over a very long period of time. I mean, some of these reservoirs have been dry for 15, 20 years. The fire hydrants are being reported as going dry while the firefighters are trying to put out these fires. There is a serious lack of competent governance in California, and I think it's part of the reason why these fires have gotten so bad. We need to do a better job at both the state and federal level.
Donald Trump sounding a similar tune, taking swipes at the governor, but also making false claims about disaster agency FEMA. CNN's Daniel Dale has a fact check.
I showed an expert on California water policy one of President-elect Trump's social media posts bashing California Governor Newsom this week. The expert responded that none of Trump's posts was true. I'll give you some examples of Trump's false claims. He claimed that President Biden is leaving him, quote, no money in FEMA. In reality, FEMA told me its disaster relief fund has $27 billion in it, thanks to a funding bill Biden signed in December. Now, that might not be enough to cover the needs of this year's disasters, but it's certainly not no money like Trump claimed. Now, Trump also claimed that Newsom refused to sign a so-called water restoration declaration that Trump said would have sent water from the north of the state down south. Actually, no such declaration even exists, as Newsom's press office pointed out. Now, most importantly, Trump repeatedly tried.
Can you listen to what these guys are talking about? Look, this morning I'm having coffee. Okay, this is my first time having coffee, matter of fact, because I drink coffee, but not like this. Okay, I actually made this one myself. Okay, because I bought a coffee maker because I wanted to see what it feels like. 2025, I want to incorporate coffee into my diet. But with that being said, these folks are talking about the fact that the water restoration bill do not exist. And why? Who told you it doesn't exist? Gavin Newsom team. Of course they're going to tell you it doesn't exist. They're going to tell you it does not exist. What are they supposed to tell you? It actually does exist. He refused to sign the water restoration bill. So what? His team is supposed to tell you, actually, the water restoration bill truly exists? No, they're going to deny it. Same way Gavin Newsom is asking the local officials, why is there no water in the fire hydrant? Bro, you are the governor. Sir, there's no water in the reservoir. Golly, there is no water in the reservoir, sir. Of course, there would be no water in the fire hydrant. And you're here asking questions, talking about the local officials are supposed to be blamed. A leader of a state, the governor of a state, is saying he doesn't know why there's no water in the fire hydrant. Then why are you the governor? Can we get someone who actually knows why to become That's how it works. If you don't know why, then you cannot be the head of state. You cannot be the head of California. People are asking you, why is there no water in the reservoirs? Why are you closing down, shutting down, demolishing dams? Why are you not making sure that they have water in the fire hydrant? Guess what your boy Gavin Newsom said? He said, "Oh well, we're this that's the same question I'm asking. You're asking who though? Who are you asking, Newsom? If people are asking you because you are the governor and you are asking somebody else, so what?" I'm sorry, California, man. Y'all don't deserve this guy right here. But you voted for him though, so I guess you're gonna have to swallow your pride and enjoy this.
To link the fire crisis and the firefighting challenges to Newsom's attempts to protect a fish species in the north of the state called the Delta smelt, rather than do what Trump himself wants and have more of that water diverted southward to farmers in the Central Valley. Two experts on California water policy told me this is absolute nonsense. There is no link whatsoever between northern environmental preservation and the fire situation. The Central Valley is not LA. It's separated by a whole mountain.
Look at the person talking to you, guys. Just take a look at him. You can tell. I mean, look at him. You can tell right here, he ain't saying the facts. You can tell. Every one of these guys say the same thing about Trump, and they say Trump is a liar. They say Trump is, what he's saying is not factual. Fact check him. Fact check him. Fact check Trump. Well, Facebook has dropped the goddamn fact checking because it's been false all these years since he stepped down in 2020. They've been trying to do fact checking, fact checking, fact checking. Go fact check him. Now there's no more fact checking on Facebook. It's now community notes, okay? Instead of saying we are lying, put your community note and bring an article that we can go check, that we can actually check and see if it's facts. So if this guy here is saying, well, he's a lie, go fact check. There's no more fact check, dog. Okay, no more fact checking. Show us where this policy was in there.
Range. Sending more water to those farms would have done nothing to stop fires from sparking in LA dry brushland. And this is key. The experts noted there is no shortage of firefighting water in the Los Angeles area. As of the time that Trump made these comments midweek, area reservoirs were filled at or above historical levels. Now, you might have seen there were some dry hydrants this week in one.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Californians. Oh, God. Californians. Oh, God.
Sending more water to those farms would have done nothing to stop fires from sparking in LA dry brushland. And this is key. The experts noted there is no shortage of firefighting water in the Los Angeles area. As of the time that Trump made these comments midweek, area reservoirs were filled at or above historical levels. Now,
did he just say that the reservoirs were filled above levels, historical levels? I see. So this man is telling us that when they tried to get water from the fire hydrant, there was no water, but the reservoirs were full. Historical level, he says.
you might have seen there were some dry hydrants this week in one part of LA, Pacific Palisades. That's real, that's significant. But that issue had to do with logistical, technical problems related to water tanks in the mountainous community, not a lack of water in LA as a whole. Hydrants elsewhere in the city kept flowing. Daniel Dale, CNN, Washington.
Of course,
the Los Angeles Police Department arresting looters across LA County. Authorities say looting is becoming an issue within mandatory evacuation zones, with some trespassers impersonating firefighters even.
Well, teams of undercover federal and local law enforcement officers are patrolling evacuation areas to stop looters and illegal drones. California's Attorney General says those breaking the law will be prosecuted.
The rule of law is in full effect. We are cracking down on those who violate the law, whether you are an imposter for a firefighter to get into a disaster area to get access to steal things, if you're otherwise looting, if you're involved in scams, if you're price gouging and raising housing prices higher than they should be, which is only 10% more than it was before the declaration of emergency, whatever it may be, or flying a drone, follow the law, be helpful. Be part of one California where we're going to lock arms and help one another and lift each other up. And don't look for.
Remember, this guy's had a law that said that if you steal below $950, you would not be arrested. Oh, no, yeah. This is facts. Okay. How many of you remember in the chat? Put it in the chat right now. Put it in the chat right now. If you remember when in California you can steal up to $950 without getting arrested. Is that fake news as well? Put it in the chat. Let me know. $950 and not get arrested. You can never make this up, y'all. These people are this is a movie right here. Straight up movie right here. Can't make this shit up.
It probably feels like the nightmare will never end as people in Southern California face a sixth straight day of deadly wildfires. Crews still at it with winds expected to intensify again this week. At least 24 people have lost their lives. The Palisades fire still largely uncontained, and it's already the most destructive fire in LA County history. One local official says more than 5,000 homes have been wiped out in the Palisades fire alone. Thousands losing everything in a matter of hours, including one family who lost their daughter's ashes.
Ew.
We had a daughter 15 years ago. She'd be 15, and she passed away when she was 1, and her ashes were in our home, and they're gone. Like every memory, every piece of physical evidence of her life is just gone, and that hurts.
Critical fire conditions flaring up once again, with the National Weather Service warning of a, quote, particularly dangerous situation by midweek. All of this threatening to fuel the major fires, which have already burned more than 40,000 acres in just under a week. That is an area bigger than the size of Paris, France. California Governor Gavin Newsom says fire crews are moving into hotspots in advance.
So I'm up here in Mandeville Canyon, which was the site in the last 2 nights of tremendous investment of resources, firefighters working the line, a lot of those assets still here, not only in anticipation of potential flare-up here in the Palisades fire, but also pre-positioned, as we're pre-positioning in many counties throughout the state of California because of the upcoming winds we're expecting. Monday, peaking Monday night into Tuesday, extending into Wednesday.
Joining me now to discuss the latest is Brian Rice, the president of the California Professional Firefighters. Brian, welcome back to the show. Thank you so much for being with us. We did hear from the governor overnight about pre-positioning fire crews for more potential flare-ups. What do you think is the scale of the risk of that here?
I think that for the next couple of days, and the governor said it through Wednesday, there's a pretty large spread of a red flag warning. I think the threat is very real, and that the state of California is moving resources in to match. I can't say match that threat, but in anticipation of that threat. The threat's real.
So, sir, at this point, I mean, what do you think are the biggest risks from these winds? Which neighborhoods do you think are potentially more at risk than others, and what does that mean for your crews?
Well, right now, it looks like the big threats they're talking about the Brentwood area, the Santa Monica area, that the governor mentioned, Mandeville Canyon. In some of these areas on the northern end of the Palisades fire, you're seeing areas that haven't had a fire in some cases up to 40 years. So you're seeing a much higher fuel load. They know that. They're getting resources in there. But Casey, it's like I've said, every time I've spoken to you, the weather matters here. It's still dry. The humidity levels are coming up a little bit. I think that they probably aren't beginning to see the type of overnight recovery in the dew point and the humidity levels that they want to see. But it's not single digit like it was when this fire started. And right now it all matters. And it is the neighborhoods that are in front of the flame front, the flame front. And then some of the things that add to that, you know, they'll have islands of areas in the burn that haven't burned. They were saved. Or the fire moved around them. Those pose a threat too. You don't want to see a start in those areas that help fuel a flame front.
So, sir, what are you hearing from firefighters on the ground about what they may need here? I mean, are they running into any issues along the lines of, obviously there's already been investigations called for and apparently launched into why the hydrants ran dry in the Palisades, for example. Are there any other issues like that you're hearing from crews, and what are they telling you about how residents can best help them right now?
Some of the things that I've spoken to last night with one of the crews, a leader on a USAR team, their morale is very, very high. They're starting to roll into getting some rest periods. But the reason that the morale is high is, you know, there's a lot of interaction with the community. As firefighters rotate off the line, they'll have those connections in some areas as they're transversing or going towards the fire line. They connect with citizens, and those interactions mean everything. You hear their stories. They ask, you know, a person asks you for help, or what did you see in this area? And people are tired. There'll be time for exhaustion, and there'll be a time to get rest when the wind stops blowing and we see our containment numbers go up.
Really, I'm glad to hear that that you are hearing that the morale is high because of how much support they're getting from the community. That is at least something positive to look to in what is obviously an incredibly difficult and continuing to be a very dangerous situation. Brian Rice, have been so grateful to have you. Thank you so much for being here.
The last thing residents in and around Los Angeles want to hear this morning. Overnight, officials raised the fire threat level to the highest level, extremely critical in some places. That is a 3 out of 3 in terms of danger, and it could stay that way for days. Shortly, the wind speeds could be near hurricane level gusts again. The fear is the conditions will soon become explosive. Just moments ago, a fire battalion chief shared this update.
With the red flag warning imminent, every one of our fires that's currently active, the containment lines that are not fully contained yet are still a challenge, and it's possible that wind could blow in.
All right, more than 100,000 people are in the evacuation zones this morning. The death toll stands at 24, but that number could rise. There are dozens of people said to be missing. Let's get right to Malibu. CNN's Stephanie Elam is there. Stephanie, we can see you standing in front of just the destruction.
So much destruction, and you were talking about those winds, John. They are really starting to kick up now. I don't know if you can tell as well. Yeah, I guess this guy is flapping up here so you can see this. It is really windy, and this is part of the concern because right now it is cooler. It is a little chilly out here, and that usually happens during wildfires where we see the flames kind of simper down into the earth and we don't really see them. But then as daylight comes, things start to heat up and we start to see these blazes come back. But this is the overall effect of what we've been seeing here. Take a look at this. This was an inn right on the Pacific Coast Highway, just decimated by the blaze, the Palisade fire coming through here. And you think about it, the Palisade fire has burned through more than 23,000 acres. The Eaton fire over on the east side burning through 14,000 acres. And according to data released by CAL FIRE, they're saying that the amount of land burned between the Eaton fire, the Palisades fire, and the Hearst fire is more than the size, the total area of Paris. Larger. I mean, just phenomenal numbers to actually try to compute and digest of just how large these fires are. The other concern, though, with these winds is that while they have had some containment come together for some of these fires, and some of them they've knocked down, The issue is with these winds, those containment numbers could go back down. And I know a lot of people just want to get back into their homes if they're in those evacuation areas. But take a listen to a CAL FIRE official here explain why they don't want people to go back prematurely.
Part of the reason we're keeping evacuation orders in place is not only because of fire risk, but it's also because we have down power lines, which are potentially live, unknown status of gas lines, and every bit of that ash that it's out there is toxic with petroleum products from the houses that burned. So it is an unsafe place for families to be.
That's very true. And even here, standing here by this inn, even though I'm not in it, I can smell that metallic smell that you smell after wildfires that goes through not just brush and trees, but through buildings like this. And that is part of the concern, along with the fact that we have these wind warnings. So they're saying if things go the way they hope they go over the next couple of days, the earliest that we may see people going back into their homes is on Thursday, John.
You know, this has been going on for so long now, in days more of it to come. It's got to
Several days of wildfire destroying the Palisades community. A lot of people are homeless. Tens of thousands of acres of land, homes. It's being set by the LAPD that over 150,000 families have no homes, and over 50,000 homes have been destroyed, like gone, ladies and gentlemen, just gone.
Governor Chris Christie, welcome back.
Good to be back.
Okay.
We are live here in Los Angeles, surrounded, as you can see, by the destruction from the Palisades fire. This right here used to be a 3-story office building, and you can see what's left of it now. Absolutely nothing. But we are coming on the air tonight with a note of cautious optimism and a new warning. Firefighters have made major gains in their battle to slow this fire, but the winds here are set to whip up again to extremely dangerous levels. A flood of resources are now pouring into the city. Firefighters from Mexico and Canada desperately needed equipment as well. And that war from above is ramping up. This was the scene throughout the day. Look at this, one aircraft after another, dumping water and fire retardant on the fires below. The governor's saying they're flying as many planes as air traffic controllers will allow. Officials also saying they expect the list of dead and missing to grow. Entire neighborhoods here still sealed off. These are the long lines of cars, packed with residents desperate to get back to see if their house survived. And police say there are too many possible looters infiltrating the evacuation zones, including some dressed as firefighters. We are covering it all tonight, but we begin with those firefighters on the front lines. Tonight, a glimmer of hope as crews make slow progress containing some of the massive fires burning in Los Angeles.
It is sad. This entire block here is wiped out.
The Eaton fire, now 27% contained. But the other big fire, the Palisades, only 11%.
This massive Palisades fire is still spreading.
Today, a big push as the dangerous winds pick up again. The battle involving crews on the ground.
Flames were right across the street from homes.
We traveled with CAL FIRE to the top of Temescal Canyon, where they stopped the Palisades fire from burning Encino and Calabasas. The burn scar, massive, but proof progress is being made.
Today is the first day that everything is looking really good. We're not out of the woods yet.
And we saw that firsthand. So this hotspot just popped up just behind us. You can see the flames there rising. The good news is there's a helicopter in the air that's going to attack it from above. Choppers with long line buckets carrying hundreds of gallons of water. And on this drop, bullseye. That's why these airdrops are so critical, attacking these fires from above. With machinery and aircraft like that, that's how they can make progress and get ahead of the fires. Coordinating with crews like these, doing what's called cutting line, removing brush that fuels the fire.
How are your teams holding up?
Well, the good thing is they're born and bred to work hard. So they're working hard, they're tired, they're worked. In the beginning, we were working crews 36 to 40 hours, multiple days at a time, and they're ready here. This is what they do.
Meanwhile, flight crews working into the night, making airdrops, an estimated 500 million gallons used so far to try to battle the flames. This video showing the view from inside an Air National Guard plane as it makes a drop. Warnings blaring in the cockpit as it flies low to hit its target. But these critical efforts are being hampered by unauthorized drones.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Yes, sir. Okay, here goes the updates, okay? The death toll in Los Angeles wildfires climbs to at least 24. It was 16. Remember, we said it was 16. It was once 11, and then it moved up to 16, and now it is 24. Okay, confirmed by CNN. They said 24, and it's still rising. Okay, it is still rising, ladies and gentlemen, because a lot of people are still missing. All right, so it is wild. 24 people confirmed dead. Tens of thousands of property gone. Over 40,000 acres of land just sitting there with burnt houses on it. Burnt structures on it. It is wild. And people are still saying that we shouldn't be assigning blame at this point. You know, this is Mother Nature, okay? We're not supposed to be assigning blames. Newscom did all he had to do. He did the right thing, okay? He was one of the best. The governor of California is the best, okay? 24 people dead. Tens of thousands just over.
Flight areas. The FBI says there have been dozens of such incidents so far, and they're actively tracking who's flying them.
We have equipment that can detect the drones in the air, but also we work backwards to identify the actual operator.
These new photos from the FBI show the damage to this Canadian Super Scooper on Thursday. A hole punched in the wing by a drone. This plane is now grounded.
The Super Scooper and that technique is our #1 tool to fight wildfires like this. And when folks fly drones, personally owned drones, in temporary flight restricted areas, that hampers those abilities significantly.
The FBI has recovered pieces of the drone, and their investigation is ongoing. As this wildfire battle is an international effort, fire crews arriving from Mexico on Saturday, joining other teams from Canada and 9 western states, from Oregon to Texas.
We've got the resources.
In an interview with NBC News, California Governor Gavin Newsom telling our Jacob Soboroff there are now 14,000 firefighters battling these fires, and now nearly 2,500 National Guard troops providing logistical support and security. As residents grapple with what they've lost, the community stepping up to fill in the gap.
Thank you so much.
Here at the famed Santa Anita racetrack in Arcadia, a marathon drive overnight collecting much-needed supplies like clothing, shoes, and bottled water, and dispersing them to residents.
It's just amazing.
Finally, California has become what Trump has always called it. Just take a look at LA County. Look at what is going on. Looking like a third world city. Looking like a third world state. Take a look at what is going on. And people are still going to say, I'm going to vote for the Democrat regardless. My mom was a Democrat. My dad was a Democrat. And now I am a Democrat. I will vote for a Democrat. Well, keep going. Good luck.
Amazing seeing the support and how the community just comes together.
And a happy conclusion to a story we told you about earlier this week.
How do I get to my house?
Casey Colvin losing his dogs in the fires on Tuesday. First responders were able to rescue one of them, but the other, Oreo, still missing.
Tika, tika, tika.
That is,
Oreo's
until
gone,
today,
bro.
Casey, overcome with emotion as he was reunited with Oreo.
How's the fire? Oh, honey! Oh, honey!
Just one reunion giving so many others hope tonight. I do want to bring in now meteorologist Melissa McGee from our NBC Los Angeles station. Melissa, thank you for being here. We're already feeling the wind tonight. Talk to us about how bad it's going to get.
Well, Tom, we've got another round of Santa Ana winds that arrives as we get into Monday through Wednesday, with the peak intensity arriving Monday night into Tuesday. Some of the highest wind gusts across our mountain communities, ranging anywhere from 50 to 70 miles per hour. You get those classic Santa Ana winds racing through the mountains, coming through the canyons and passes, drying out the atmosphere and dropping the humidity, so the red flag warning stays up.
And explain to our viewers why firefighters are so worried about those winds.
Well, you know, Tom, with our last event, we had hurricane-force winds across much of Southern California, and we were seeing some of those embers flying more than a mile. The good news with this event, it's not anticipated to be that strong, but with the drop in the humidity and the conditions firefighters are facing, it's going to make new or existing fires spread rapidly, which will be a challenge for firefighters.
All right, Melissa McGee from KMBC here. Tremendous coverage throughout all of this. We thank you.
Thank you.
And some 150,000 people are under evacuation orders. Many still have no idea if their house is even still standing. Ellison Barber was with residents today, desperately trying to get back in to find out.
Do I just wait here or what?
You can if you like.
Tonight, growing frustration outside the Pacific Palisades. Massive lines of cars with residents waiting for hours, anxious to see what, if anything, remains in their homes.
This is criminal dereliction of duty.
We do care. We want to get you back into your homes.
Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna warning about criminal activity.
People that do not belong in these disaster zones need to stay out, or they're going to get arrested.
On Saturday, 2 people were detained in the evacuation zone near Vice President Kamala Harris's home, according to officials. LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley adding that it is too dangerous for many residents to go home.
There are still active fires that are burning within the Palisades area, making it extremely, extremely dangerous for the public. There's no power, there's no water, there's broken gas lines, and we have unstable structures.
Tell me your first, last name.
We met Shannon DeGrooms when she walked up to talk to police. Her family waiting since 4 a.m.
We're just hopeful to get a couple minutes to grab some things and then get out of town.
She was with her fiancé, Shay Burns, and Shay's 81-year-old mother, Judy McElroy, trying to get back to their Pacific Palisades home.
We don't have any answers, and there's a lot of different information, which is why I'm posted up here.
Shannon couldn't get in. She told us about something she forgot to take.
My aunt passed away recently, and she left me a small diamond. And I was saving to be able to afford to make it into a new ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's wild. But her T-shirt says, "Buy weed from women." Yeah, there you go. Buy weed from women, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it says. Right there. Buy weed from women. All right. I mean, you do what you got to do. You feed your family the way you got to do. I mean, it is what it is. All right. She was talking about her auntie leaving a small diamond for her.
I asked for her address, hoping that if we passed her house while we were reporting, we might be able to help. A couple of hours later, we saw it.
Amazingly, it's still standing because if you look around just across the street, their neighbors, not nearly as lucky. They told us too the door was unlocked because they had to evacuate so quickly. You can smell in here, it smells of smoke.
I texted asking if she needed us to get stuff. She told us they needed some medicine for Judy, things she'd left behind as they scrambled to evacuate. We couldn't find the diamond ring, but found the medical supplies.
I saw these, and I know you didn't ask for these, but I saw these, and I just...
Oh, my God.
I showed them videos of their home.
Were the windows closed?
Yeah, all the windows were closed.
I was right.
In the middle of chaos, a moment to help a family still looking at an uncertain tomorrow.
Ellison, some powerful reporting there. Are officials offering any updates on when residents can see their homes?
You know, Tom, yesterday we did see and we spoke to residents who had been escorted by police up into their homes. But today, officers on scene, they were telling residents that their guidance comes from the fire department. Fire officials are saying right now they cannot let residents back up into the evacuated areas because it is not safe, especially, they say, as those winds are picking back up. Tom?
Finally, from here in Los Angeles, the wildfires have taken away so much from thousands of residents. But for many, one thing has endured through all of it: their faith. Here's Morgan Chesky.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Well, if you didn't know, the Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass actually had an emergency official press briefing about the wildfire this morning. If you're just tuning in, sit back, relax, grab your cup of coffee, just like me, and listen to her and the other officials talk about the fire.
That the necessary public safety power shutoffs are important for our collective safety in preventing the next wildfire natural disaster. I did want to dispel one rumor. The LA County Fire Department has never turned down any offers for mutual aid assistance and resources. Repopulation will not occur until all areas are safe. Additionally, our CL-415 Super Scooper that was damaged because of a drone incursion is reportedly going to be flying tomorrow morning. It has been repaired, and we're waiting for the FAA to give us approval to fly again. Thank you to Board Chair Supervisor Catherine Barger and Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for your unwavering leadership and continued support throughout this unprecedented disaster. And finally, to all the Los Angeles County residents affected by this catastrophe, please be assured your firefighters continue to work towards full containment of these wildfires from the air and on the ground. We stand alongside each of you as you begin the repopulation of evacuated areas when safe and the rebuilding of your homes, your communities, and your lives. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. I'll just start off with just a moment to share with everybody out there that's been impacted by these wildland fires that the entire LAFD family, sworn and civilian, our city family, Mayor Bass, city leadership, everybody, our thoughts and hearts and prayers go out to you as we continue to push forward and mitigate this emergency. We understand the impacts, and we're working and will continue to work very, very, very hard for everyone. Another point I want to make is that also we are so very grateful for the firefighters and the first responders that have already arrived and continue to arrive in the Southern California region. We absolutely know that we cannot do this on our own, and we are tremendously appreciative of all of your continued support. As the increasing wind event is upon us as we speak, the Los Angeles City Fire Department has maximized our resource capabilities and response capabilities. All available LAFD resources have been staffed. I have strategically pre-positioned engine strike teams and task forces which are dedicated to rapid response for any new fire that breaks out in the city. In addition, I've directed the Fire Prevention Bureau to augment wildfire patrols in high hazard areas. The Palisades fire. Your LAFD remains committed to this fire, and we have a significant number of engines that have been dedicated to this fire. The crews that are involved, we have crews from up and down the state, outside of the state, have made excellent, excellent work overnight, mopping up flare-ups and hotspots. Their primary focus last night was on the Mandeville Canyon area, and this fire is now at 23,713 acres with 14% containment, with 5,123 personnel assigned to the Palisades incident. Firefighters will continue to work diligently throughout the day to increase containment and prevent further fire spread. Again, I want to focus my comments on the amount of resources that are here in the Palisades from the first responders all the way up to our incident command teams. Again, we're going to keep working really, really hard for you. Just a brief comment on the Hearst fire. It's been held to 799 acres with 95% containment. Again, thank you to the community members that are out there for remaining vigilant. We are not in the clear. I want to make sure of that. We are not in the clear as of yet, and we must not let our guard down. As we have right now extreme fire behavior, and we need to make sure that the community is staying updated with the most information, updated information as well. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. And please, please stay safe. I would now like to introduce our next speaker, and that is Sheriff Luna. Thank you.
Robert Luna, Sheriff of Los Angeles County. Regarding our deployment, we still have well over 1,000 of our Los Angeles County deputies out there working on 12-hour shifts. We have 172 California Highway Patrol officers. I'd like to thank the commissioner who was with me yesterday, Sean DeRee, for all of his assistance. I also want to thank Major General Beavers. I was with him as well, and he has fortunately been able to increase the amount of National Guard assistance that he is giving us to up to 600. And he told me yesterday if we need more, we can ask for more, and we are strategically looking at that, analyzing it, and we'll ask as needed. Evacuations, we have approximately, and this is some good news because it's dropped, we have over 92,000 people who are under evacuation orders and approximately 89,000 people who are under evacuation warnings. I want our community to know this, and Chief Maroney did talk about this for a second. In every conversation we're having about evacuations, warnings, whether they're going to implement them or take them away, the conversation about repopulation is on all of our minds. I know that we are attending, staff's attending community meetings, whether they be out in the Palisades Fire area in Malibu for us at LA County Sheriffs, in the Altadena area. We are hearing our community loud and clear, and we want to get you in there as soon as possible. But I want to reiterate what is holding us up. This is very important. We are still, for the Altadena area, we are in the third day of grid searching. It is a very grim task, and we, unfortunately, every day we're doing this, we're running across the remains of individual community members. That is not easy work, very sad to report, and I believe that work is not only going to continue, but I believe will continue to find remains. So please be patient with us. People are saying, I just want to go look at my house and I want to see what's left. We know that, but we have people literally looking for the remains of your neighbors. Please be patient with us. There's a lot of hazards in the area still. The area has not been rendered safe. Please be patient with us. And then we have the potential of crime scenes. And I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm just saying we have to think ahead because we can't go back from that. So please be patient with us. The curfew is still in effect, 6 p.m. To 6 a.m. for specifically the mandatory evacuation areas in both the Palisades impacted area and the Eaton Fire impacted areas. Those are subject to change depending on need, one way or another. We understand, again, that people want to go back, but it is dangerous to do so, and we will not put anybody's safety at risk. I want to talk about arrest for the LA County Sheriff's area. Overnight, we had several other arrests. It brings it up to a total of 34 in our geographic area. We have 30 in the Eaton Fire area, and we have 4 in the Palisades area. Last night, specifically, again, for LA County Sheriff's jurisdiction, we arrested 4. 2 were for curfew violations. 2 were arrested for 1 drone incident. To my knowledge, we have now had 2 specific drone incidents that have resulted in 3 arrests. So as I talk to our community again, if you do not have business in the evacuation areas, do not go there. Please, you're infringing upon the work that our first responders need to attend to. And I do want to say, when I talk about these arrests, I want to clarify not all of them are for burglary or looting or for curfew violations. But it is very important when I say stay out, we are arresting people who are not supposed to be there, who do not live there, who are in possession of narcotics. We've arrested several with guns. And yeah, I'm going to tell you something. If our deputies being very proactive in these areas, stopping people in a constitutional manner as always, making sure that they're supposed to be there, and you have narcotics on you and you have a gun on you, in police work we call that a clue. Something's wrong there. So that's why we're arresting people. Our search and rescue missions, through the 2 days, we have searched 1,874 properties. In regards to deaths, and again, I want to clarify, this is for the Los Angeles County area of responsibility. We have confirmed 21 deaths, 16 in the Eaton fire area, and 5 in the Palisades area. And sadly, yes, unfortunately, I anticipate the number to go up. Missing persons, we are actively have 23 active missing persons reported, 17 in the Eaton fire area, 6 in the Malibu area. All of them are adults. Thank God there's no juveniles. But if you believe you have somebody who's missing, make sure you report that to us as soon as possible. For any updated information that anybody may have, questions, very important questions regarding evacuation orders or warnings or any road closures, please go to lacounty.gov/emergency for assistance. The American Red Cross is doing an amazing job. Please contact them. And again, for some of the negative things I talk about, there are some amazing stories of community members coming forward to donate items. It's very inspiring. For donations, go to Emergency Network Los Angeles. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Assistant Chief Dominic Choi from the Los Angeles Police Department.
Okay, good morning. I want to start by just assuring everybody that our primary focus still remains the safety and well-being of our residents. These fires have caused significant disruptions, but we are working tirelessly with our partners to protect lives, property, and secure critical infrastructure. So as of this morning, LAPD has in the city 266 officers deployed to the Palisades fire. We also have support from our National Guard partners who have deployed 200 soldiers assigned to the incident. We're very grateful for their support. We also have dedicated resource investigating our missing persons reported. So at this time, as of this morning, 6 a.m., we have a total of 26 people reported missing in the city of Los Angeles. 17 of those individuals have been located safely. 9 of the 9 remaining, 2 most likely were found in the fires deceased, but they haven't been positively identified by a coroner's office yet, so those are still waiting to be identified. 1 individual, we believe, is located safely in a shelter, but that person, we're waiting for confirmation on that. There are 6 that remain unaccounted for, and we're diligently trying to identify and locate these people. So in total, in the city of Los Angeles, since Tuesday when these fires occurred, we have 3 fatalities. Again, 2 were found in the fires, and 1 was a burn victim that was transported earlier this week to a hospital. That person later passed away. If you want to make a missing persons report, you can do so either in person or over the phone. You can call any one of our 21 geographic stations and make that report, or you can call our missing persons investigation unit directly. I'm going to give you the number. It's 213-996-1800 and select option 3. That telephone is manned 24 hours a day currently. As of this morning, the city of Los Angeles related to the fires has a total of 14 arrests, 3 for curfew, 1 for impersonating a firefighter, 1 for possession of burglary tools, 4 for burglary, 1 for DUI, 1 for felony vandalism, and 3 for shoplifting. As the sheriff just mentioned, it's not just for looting or burglary that you're going to jail or curfew. If you're in the area, you don't belong in the area, you will be stopped and questioned, and whatever crime is being committed, you will be held accountable for that. So please stay away from these evacuation areas. Regarding escorts, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but we tried to be compassionate and put together a team to escort residents to their homes to either retrieve small pets or their medication. But that line became exceedingly large, and it was causing more problems than solutions. We have halted this escort service for the safety of everyone involved. Currently, we don't have any timeline of when we're going to open up that service, if at all. So please be patient with us. We know you are waiting. If you are still waiting at any of these checkpoints to be let in or escorted, please do not wait there. You will not be let in or allowed to have an escort at this time. Also, another important reason for stopping these escorts is because we have search operations beginning. Over the next 48 hours, we'll be working alongside LAFD Search and Rescue, our ATF partners, as well as the LA County Coroner's Office throughout the burn areas, giving priority to those people that are reported missing in these burn areas. From there, grid search will take place that could result in crime scene preservation and then recovery of remains. We hope that the high volume of resources dedicated to this effort will expedite the process. And as many of you know, the dry conditions and winds increasing, it's possible that evacuation orders may increase. I know overnight we saw some of the evacuation orders turn into warnings, but we can absolutely see some of these areas increase to mandatory evacuations again. So we urge you, please heed these orders. It can save your life. And as we also previously mentioned, identifying the cause of these fires is critically important to all of us. In conjunction with our partners and led by ATF, we have created a Los Angeles Regional Wildlife Investigative Task Force. And while their work is still in the early stages, we're committed to identifying the cause and origin of these fires, and we're also committed to holding anyone who's responsible for these fires accountable. And to further protect the residents of Los Angeles, in the city, our curfew is also still in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. In short, if you don't belong there, don't be there. In closing, I want to reiterate that our department and all of us standing here this morning are with you. I want to express my deepest gratitude to the firefighters, our fellow law enforcement partners, and volunteers who are putting themselves in harm's way to protect our communities and help people recover. Their bravery and dedication are truly inspirational. We are also grateful for the patience and cooperation of our residents during this difficult time. We know this is not easy. Thank you and be safe. At this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman.
Thank you. With firefighters literally putting their lives on the line to save lives and to save homes, with law enforcement working around the clock to keep security at a high level, with over 200,000 people evacuated, and I'm one of them, and with people who have lost lives, lost homes, lost businesses, there are still people in our community who, rather than saying thank you, look at this as an opportunity to commit crime and to take illegal profit and advantage over the situation. We've seen this come up, and you've heard law.
I know a lot is going on, okay? I ain't gonna cap. A lot is going on, I get it. This man just said instead of the people to say thank you, a lot of people are committing crimes. First of all, I don't think y'all deserve thank you. The fire officials, okay? The firemen who are literally risking their lives, and the doctors as well, the emergency workers, okay? Those guys deserves thank you, okay? Those guys deserve thank you. No, you guys with the three-piece suits, all right? And I don't know if you guys noticed, though, this sign language person. This sign language person, I ain't gonna cap, bro. Y'all go. This sign language person, yo. I don't know if it's just me, but this sign language person, right? Yeah, I don't know what time he's on or she's on.
Enforcement described the arrests that have been made, whether those arrests are for looting, burglary, grand theft, whether those arrests are for arson, whether those arrests will eventually be for price gouging, because we have been seeing price gouging with hotels, people offering residences well above the 10% addition that they can charge. We've seen that with medical supplies, other types of supplies, price gouging going on. So the criminals have decided that this is an opportunity, and I'm here to tell you that this is not an opportunity. You will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. At 2 p.m. today, we'll be holding a press conference to announce the first charges in a looting case and the first charges in an arson case. This is not an arson case tied to the major fires. It was an arson case that was done on the side, in essence. You will hear that these people who've committed these crimes are facing very significant sentences. I am working with over 750 deputy district attorneys and in the entire law enforcement community to bring these people who are despicable and disgraceful to justice. And we're not only going to see what's happening right now in connection with bringing stability to our community, whether it's, again, going after the looters, the arsonists, or the price gougers, but we're starting to see the criminals emerge who are going to go after the recovery efforts. These are people who are contacting people and pretending to be GoFundMe operations to help people who have suffered. And GoFundMe, by the way, actually is an excellent organization that has put in place protections that if you use their site, you can use it safely. But these are people who are creating fake GoFundMe sites. I tell people to be very, very cautious when you give your money away, to check out the organizations that you're doing it to. I applaud anyone who wants to donate to these causes, whether with money or services, but make sure that they are going to the right operations. Again, you can go to Emergency Network LA, that's enla.gov, or you can go to recovery.lacounty.gov to see the types of operations that you can have confidence in. And we're also going to see scams coming up with insurance proceeds. We're going to see scams coming up with government benefits, because we are going to literally have billions of dollars come into Los Angeles County over the next months and years. And for the criminals who view this as an opportunity, let me again give you this warning. And absolutely, you want to rip off people and the system and
So all they're talking about is people who want to, use this opportunity to scam people. Yeah, that's bad. However, you, the officials, can you do your job? Okay, do your job so things like this do not happen. All right. You know you're going to have billions of dollars, of course, because a lot of people are donating to LA County at this point. And it is what it is. Through the next months and years, this is what's going to happen. It may take decades for this to come back to what it's supposed to be. It's never going to be a year's worth of work or 2 years. It's definitely going to be at least a decade or 2 decades for this to come back, because building Los Angeles, like LA County back, I don't know. It's going to take a long time, as well as most of these people are also going to leave. They're going to leave LA County. They're going to leave California, because a lot of people are just traumatized. People are going to move to Texas, Louisiana, Georgia, Tennessee. Okay. People are going to move. It's just what it is. Virginia, Delaware, Maryland. People are going to move because this right here is traumatizing for a lot of families that lived in LA County. And to think that these guys right here are supposed to host Olympics in 42 months. Okay. The Olympics is coming to Los Angeles in 42 months, courtesy of the legend, the OG, the 45th, now the 47th president elect. Donald Trump got them the Olympics in 2016 to 2020. A lot of people say Trump didn't do anything, but well, he brought the United States. He brought Olympics to the United States. And yeah, Los Angeles is supposed to host some event, all right, in 42 months, and this is happening. So hopefully they get in shape fast enough to be able to host the event that they're supposed to host for the Olympics in 42 months.
Governments that are trying to help the people who have suffered from these tragedies, you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and we will seek maximum punishment against you. I hope that we'll have the opportunity to tell you at a later point that this warning has been heeded, that deterrence works. Because if we are going to actually have the stability and the rebuild, it's going to be based on everyone contributing. But for those who don't want to heed this message, the warning has been cast out there, and the warning will actually have teeth behind it. I'd now like to introduce Los Angeles Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger.
Thank you. As I discussed yesterday, FEMA relief is essential to getting our impacted residents back on their feet. Today and yesterday, FEMA staff have been at 7 county libraries, plus the Alhambra Library, providing support to individuals who are seeking FEMA relief. Tomorrow, these services will transition to centralized assistance centers, one at Pasadena City College and the other at UCLA Research Park. These centers will be in-person venues where all impacted individuals can receive direct support for FEMA's assistance program, which helps residents access lodging, essential items, and other large financial needs. You can visit recovery.lacounty.gov for all the details. And I would encourage everyone listening to go to one of these sites, because I was at Pasadena Convention Center, I know Supervisor Sleece, you were as well, and I saw people handing out cards. I don't know who they are, I don't know who they represent, but people are looking for an opportunity. At these recovery centers, you will have legitimate government officials who are going to work with you to make sure you receive the benefits you deserve. I want to thank FEMA for their continued support for our impacted residents. Our residents need this support to begin rebuilding, and believe me, after last night's meeting that I attended with my constituents, they are desperate. So many residents I've heard from, especially those without insurance, are concerned they won't receive enough assistance to rebuild their lives. On top of FEMA assistance, I'm going to be advocating for innovative loan and housing solutions to bring people back to their communities. People need help, and they need to know what kind of support they're going to receive. Last night, I joined hundreds of impacted victims in Pasadena to hear their stories, understand their needs, and to discuss what comes next. Many wildfire survivors I've met, spoke with, have repeatedly told me they're worried about the rebuilding process. Specifically, many have mentioned that they are eager to begin clearing debris and seeing what valuable possessions survived this devastating fire. I want you to know that yesterday, the governor issued an executive order to streamline this rebuilding process. This executive order is going to make rebuilding homes easier by cutting red tape and make it as affordable and efficient as possible for our residents to clear debris. Yesterday's executive order, along with the previous order to waive the CEQA requirement in rebuilding, are 2 unprecedented actions that will be essential to making our community whole again. I know that our wildfire survivors want nothing more than to begin the rebuilding process, and it is our job in government to get out of the way. Our neighbors deserve nothing less. To all the residents in our county, we must maintain diligence over the next few days as winds increase again. Please listen to law enforcement and their evacuation notices. And believe me, I heard last night, many are frustrated. These next few days are crucial in our fighting of the existing fires and also preventing any new fires. Thank you for taking it seriously. I'd now like to introduce LA City Mayor Karen Bass.
Thank you, Supervisor. Angelenos, as we continue to experience the shock, the grief, and the anger, we have to stand together, and it is in that spirit that we have seen hundreds, if not thousands, of Angelenos traveling all around the region to deliver supplies, clothes, whatever they think might help the victims of these fires. As we've mentioned, the National Weather Service is predicting close to hurricane force level winds, and so we're making urgent preparations. My top priority and the priority of everyone else is to do everything we can to protect lives. As these winds approach, LA City firefighters and firefighters from across the county, state, and nation, and even overseas, are in a proactive and strategic posture to save lives. Firefighting resources from LAFD and fire departments from all over are positioned in strategic holding locations. DWP is deploying water tankers to augment water supply for firefighters. The emergency operations centers remain activated at the highest level to rapidly coordinate emergency response. As we prepare for more wind, we're also urgently working to provide people with much needed resources. This week, as Chair Barger said, our city and county will launch in-person local assistance centers that are tailored to those affected by specific fires. These local assistance centers is for Angelenos impacted by the Palisades and Hearst fires, and they will open at the UCLA Research Park, which was formerly known as the West Side Pavilion. It will operate from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 days a week. These centers will help people who have lost vital records like birth certificates, driver's license, Social Security documentation. They will help people who've lost their homes or businesses apply for disaster relief loans, and they will provide referrals for mental health counseling and other services. We anticipate that there will be representation for over 20 city departments. There will be representatives from the state and federal departments and agencies. Later today, we are also going to be releasing policies on the city level that will help with the rebuilding process. So as we continue to go through these next few days where the fires are still a serious threat, we also want to begin to help people put their lives back together and to prepare to rebuild our city. I also want to again remind Angelenos that lacity.gov is now a one-stop shop for assistance for those who are impacted and a place to help Angelenos find a way to get involved. As the winds pick up, please stay safe. Please heed the call to evacuate should you receive that. And remember to heed all public safety guidance. Thank you.
I'm Lindsay Horvath, Supervisor for the 3rd District of Los Angeles County. The latest Palisades fire updates, as you've heard, more than 23,000 acres have been impacted by this fire, and it is 14% contained. We have over 5,100 personnel, including 44 helicopters and 540 engines. The fire continues to hold along Mandeville Canyon, and we are grateful for our first responders and all those on the front lines fighting in this area. We know it is critical, and you are doing a great job. We've also made significant progress in Topanga Oaks, Sylvia Park, Temescal Ridge, to Mulholland. All of these areas have been under threat, and we are continuing to hold. Santa Monica has lifted their evacuation orders and downgraded to warnings in North San Vicente, moving from order to warning at 8 a.m. today. All of the warning areas have been lifted. A particularly dangerous situation has been issued. Strongest winds from Tuesday morning until Wednesday. We strongly encourage caution and vigilance. This is the weather prediction that the National Weather Service had going into last week's event. So these conditions are significant, they are serious, and we need you to follow all orders. All Santa Monica Malibu United School District schools will remain closed today. All Santa Monica campuses, except for Roosevelt Elementary, will be open. All LAUSD schools will be open today except Canyon Charter Elementary, Kenter Canyon Charter Elementary, Palisades Charter Elementary, Marquez Charter Elementary, Topanga Charter Elementary, Lanai Road Elementary, and Paul Revere Middle School. Our Department of Mental Health has resources for how to speak with our young people about wildfires at dmh.lacounty.gov. We need to support our children in this time and make sure they're able to talk about this tragedy. Our DMH helpline is 800-854-7771. Metro fares continue to be suspended for as long as conditions remain the same. We thank our chair of the Metro Board, Janice Hahn, and our CEO, Stephanie Wiggins, for their assistance. Palisades Post Office has been relocated to Rancho Park Post Office. Residents can pick up their mail at 11270 Exposition Boulevard on the first floor. Recovery.lacounty.gov has launched. You can find initial damage assessments as well as maps to indicate your property location and status, comprehensive list of county resources by department, federal, state, local, and nonprofit emergency assistance. Once again, that website is recovery.lacounty.gov. Our Department of Economic Opportunities East LA Entrepreneur Center and America's Job Centers of California open today as well to support impacted workers as well as small businesses. As far as public health updates, the air quality smoke advisory continues through next week. Please wear N95 masks outdoors. Fine particulates are airborne even in areas not impacted by the fires, especially children and older adults, especially those with serious health complications, are particularly at risk. LA County Department of Public Health is providing N95 masks at all evacuation shelters and to community-based organizations. When you are at home, please close your windows and doors, run the air conditioning or air purifiers if you have them, and check your filters regularly. In your car, close the windows and vents, turn your air conditioning on to recirculate. Do not, in any way, use leaf blowers or other actions that will push ash into the air. Follow all drinking water advisories. And due to ocean contamination, avoid the following beaches: Malibu Point at Surfrider Beach, Solstice Creek at Dan Blocker County Beach, and Inner Cabrillo Beach in San Pedro. To stay informed about the latest emergency orders, you can go to emergency.lacounty.gov. And I want to once again thank all of those who are on the front lines, keeping us safe through this very difficult time. All of our volunteers who have kicked into action to ensure that our community members are supported. And I also want to thank our governor for an additional executive order in addition to the one that he issued yesterday to expedite debris removal and to reduce the risk of mudslides. As we know, rain is predicted starting next week, and these complicated conditions may only worsen. We thank him for his foresight and his partnership.
Helen Chavez, Communications Director, for Chair Catherine Barger. Chair Barger recognizes and thanks the following elected representatives for joining us this morning and for their ongoing support during this emergency. We have with us 1st District Supervisor Hilda Solis, California Board of Equalization Antonio Vasquez, Santa Monica Mayor Lana Nagrete, and State Senator Sasha Renee Perez. We are now going to transition to the Q&A portion of our press conference. Please raise your hand and wait to be called upon. When you are called upon, please announce your name and the media outlet that you are with. We're going to go start right here.
Fox 11 News. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. Gigi Gracia, Fox 11 News. I have a question about the fire, but I'm going to start with this question. Maybe I'll have a second chance. Assistant Chief Choi, to most families, if not all families who have pets, they are like family to them. Tomorrow will be 7 days that those pets that are inside the houses that survived may be without water and most likely without food, which would put that in an extremely critical condition that could lead to death if it hasn't already. Is there nothing that can be done for those folks that are telling us they are desperate, they just want to go in, get their pet, and go right out? They don't want to look at the house, they want to get their animals out. The fire broke out at 10:30 Tuesday morning. Many folks were at work already and have not been able to get back.
Yes, I can tell you my comments were specific to escorting that resident or those residents back to their house to do such things. There are other options that we can do. For example, officers that are patrolling the area can get a list of locations at the checkpoint. Officers can patrol these areas and go check themselves. I'm not saying that's exactly going to happen, but there are options where we don't have to leave a pet in there if we're made aware of that. So you can go to the checkpoints and talk to officers, but I urge you not to go there just to wait to go in to see your house, which is largely what a lot of these individuals are doing. They're waiting to be escorted to see their property, which we can't do. We still aren't doing medication and pets. However, we can come up with a way where if somebody knows a pet is in the residence, that we'll do everything we can in our authority to go in there and get that pet.
And then, Gigi, on that note, Pasadena Humane Society is actually going into the Altadena area that's under evacuation orders and feeding pets. So there is, we will link up and see if we can duplicate that.
First to the woman right there, in the right there. Yep, and then we'll go.
Great, thank you. Oh, you've got to hold on to great. Sorry. Hello, Jane Secker, Sky News. A couple of questions. One to Fire Chief Maroney. More bad winds on the way. We know the conditions, as we've just heard, are going to be the same as last week. How confident are you that you're better prepared this time? And also a question for Mayor Bass, if I might. Our correspondent David Blevins asked you last week if you owe the people of Los Angeles an apology for cutting the fire budget. You didn't respond to him then. Would you like to respond to us now?
So for the fire question, thank you. We're absolutely better prepared for this coming PDS, the severe fire weather event. You've heard the statistics, number of personnel assigned to the incidents, over 5,000 firefighters assigned to the Palisades fire, over 3,000 firefighters assigned to the Eaton fire. The state, under the leadership of Governor Newsom, has set up a mobilization center in Banning where we have resources staged that can come into LA County to assist with a new fire start or the expansion of one of our existing fires. We also have numerous aircraft, local government aircraft, helicopters, we have water bombers, we have retardant fixed-wing aircraft from the state and federal government, we have military aircraft. So we've not only augmented the ground resources, but also the air resources. I think that we're very well prepared for the next event, but that's never going to be, we're never sure that we're going to be able to catch the next fire and keep it small. They said 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's going to be very difficult to contain that fire. That's why we ask all residents in a brush-prone area to be prepared to evacuate if you get the evacuation order and start those preparations before the evacuation warning comes. Thank you.
There was a two-part question to that, correct?
My focus is on us being prepared as a city for tomorrow. As you began, we could face another very difficult situation for thousands of Angelenos. When we are past this period, there will be an evaluation of everything that went on. And at that point in time, we will see there is not agreement as to whether or not the budget was cut. All of those issues will be resolved when we are clear that Angelenos are safe and we are ready to rebuild our city. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go right here in the middle. Next.
Jonathan Bigliotti, CBS News for Mayor Bass.
please. Last week, many people were working and could not get back in time to properly evacuate. As we've discussed in this room, there were pet care issues, health care issues, child care issues. Now ahead of this latest event, you have businesses that are proactively closing, essentially treating this event like it was a hurricane or a blizzard. If they are taking those steps, why are you not implementing broader closures right now to keep your constituents safe?
We are doing everything we can to keep Angelenos safe. If there is a need for closures, that will be done. But right now, we are in preparation for tomorrow. Thank you.
Is this the day, though, to treat this like it is a hurricane or a blizzard?
Absolutely it is, which is why you see everybody here standing united, prepared and ready to address what, if hopefully we won't experience, but we are ready, we are prepared, and we will continue to do everything we can to keep Angelenos safe. Thank you.
But now this is important because this is the fourth time we've had these dire warnings. Each previous time there has been loss. So this is a critical time to make those decisions. In hurricanes and blizzards, like I've discussed, people stay at home. Businesses are closed. People can then prepare to evacuate so there aren't pets left in their homes. There aren't children with daycare providers. They're scrambling. They scrambled last week. There are pets. So the question is, what are you doing to make sure that that doesn't happen today?
I've answered your question.
Okay, we're moving on over here in the back right there.
Hi, Morgan Windsor for ABC News. I have two questions. One for fire officials regarding the status of the investigation on the Eaton fire, and then a second for perhaps the district attorney on price gouging. The first question, I'm wondering if officials are honing in on the transmission towers owned by Edison in the area of the Eaton fire as a possible source of ignition.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I'm going to turn that over to the LA County Sheriff. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. The sheriff might have an update for you. If it is arson and not the transmission tower, then that would be a crime. I'd like the sheriff to speak to that.
Simple answer to that is yes. We're looking at everything. We have a team that is obviously focused on the response as we prepare for any event, and then the investigation, not only into the recovery of the remains and the issues surrounding that, but anything that would have caused any of the fires anywhere in our jurisdiction. I think the chief or the assistant chief from LA talked about a task force. We're on that as well. We're working together, and we expect to find answers.
Okay, I saw a hand right here in the blue jacket.
Hi, good morning. Lauren Coronado with NBC4 News. This is for Chief Crowley. You mentioned wildfire patrols in high-risk areas. Can you identify those high-risk areas?
Sure. So, and that's that lean forward posture as we're looking to do everything in our power to ensure that we maximize our efforts with the resources that we have, which this whole patrol, we're utilizing fire inspectors. So with that, we're going to be patrolling, taking a proactive approach. Anywhere where there's any wildland risk is where we're going to be patrolling. It's just extra set of eyes, ears. We can also help the community with questions. And that's really important. The community also knows that the city, the fire department is leaning forward. We're utilizing the resources that we have. So to answer your question very specifically, it's anywhere where it's in the wildland area. That's where we're going to be putting our patrols out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have one more question. Sorry, I should have asked right off the bat. For any fire official, I understand there's better air resources this time around, military equipped. With these high winds, I know a big issue is that they weren't able to be utilized because of the high winds. When we're talking military equipped, does that change things? Can you do those aerial attacks with these kind of aircraft?
It's not going to change it. So we still have wind cutoff speeds for fixed-wing retardant tankers, water bombers, and helicopters. The helicopters that we have at LA County Fire are military helicopters. They're patterned after the Black Hawk. And still we do have wind cutoff speeds, not only for the safety of the helicopter, but what happens as the wind speeds increase, The effectiveness of the water drops or retardant drops is affected. And the minute that aerial firefighting resources are no longer efficient or effective or safe, we have to ground them. That's the unfortunate truth, but we do have a lot of people on the ground that can still fight the fire. You saw our firefighters, 100-mile-an-hour winds, Eaton Canyon, and Altadena that kept fighting the fire even in those strong winds. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go over here, and then we'll go over here.
Thank you. This is Dave Zonizer at the Los Angeles Times. I was wondering if you could go sort of fire by fire and tell you where you are on determining the origin. Are you guys looking at whether or not New Year's Eve fireworks might have been a trigger for the Palisades fire with something then flaring up later? I know you mentioned the Eaton Canyon fire, but can you tell us, for example, is arson being viewed definitely as the cause of the Sunset fire? Could somebody just walk us through each of them?
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about, so right now we have the task force that is robust, that is, they're identifying cause and origin for each of these separate fires. There's so many of them. None have been ruled out of arson. They're ongoing investigations, but also the Palisades fire specifically, since that's the one that's still rampant in the city of Los Angeles, there's been no definitive determination that it is arson at this point, but we're looking at every angle. It's an ongoing investigation. If I could, I would. I don't have the answer for you.
Understood. Thank you. And we're going to go right here.
Hi, this is Kate Cagle from Spectrum News 1. I have two questions. One for Fire Chief Maroney. Is there a definite threshold for wind speed when those aerial drops have to stop? Like, is 70 miles an hour that threshold? And then my other question is, given how dense some of these neighborhoods are where we've seen orders and warnings, I mean, all the way to Wilshire and Santa Monica last week. We've seen gridlock when people are trying to all get out at once. Have you guys worked on addressing that issue if people do have to evacuate tonight from an extremely dense area like we saw with the Sunset Fire? Folks just couldn't get out because traffic was jammed. How do you address that?
Yeah, so to answer the first part of your question, there is a specific threshold. And I don't remember what that threshold is, although I used to work at air operations. 30 to 40 miles an hour is beginning, I believe, to be that threshold. I'll see if our CAL FIRE partner from the state of California remembers what that threshold is for helicopters and fixed-wing air tankers.
Please say your name and your
Good morning, Jerry Magana, with CAL FIRE representing incident management team. So with the specific aircraft, they all have a different limitation. The problem is when you have sustained winds, over 40 miles an hour is the issue. The problem is the gusts. So the gusts peak and the aircraft limitations or capabilities are then limited based on approach and departures, as well as Chief mentioned, the drop accuracy. So each aircraft will have that limitation based on the manufacturer's recommendation, and then as far as the safety component, usually the limiting factor is gusts over 30 miles an hour. But the sustained winds, anything over 40, is pretty much going to ground most aircraft. So again, each one of those aircraft have those specific limitations. But as an overall general rule, safety rule, the gusts is what is the issue, and this is what the gusts that we've been having.
Thank you. Can you restate, please, your name and spelling?
Yes, Jerry Magana, Gerry. Last name is Magana, Magana. Representing the CAL FIRE incident management teams. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have two last questions. There's a clarification over here.
I'd like to answer the second part of the question regarding community congestion and people leaving all at once under the evacuation order. We really want residents in LA County to be prepared. If you don't have a wildfire evacuation plan for your family and your home, please make one today. Visit www.fire.lacounty.gov/RSG. That stands for Ready, Set, Go. I would recommend, in an abundance of caution, if you get an alert on your telephone for an evacuation warning, leave then. Don't wait for the order, because we know from experience that if you wait for the order, you might get caught up in the congestion that you referenced. And please do not silence the emergency alerts on your telephone. If we send out an alert at 3 a.m. on Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, when you're sleeping, we want you to wake up and evacuate. We know we had some issues earlier, but please do not turn off those wireless emergency alerts on your telephone.
Accurate? Sorry, my question was that those alert issues have been resolved and people can rely that that's accurate now?
Yes. I just think it's very important that Chief Maroney and I stand together and have the exact same message, which is the ready, set, go piece is ready, set, go. The community needs to also understand you don't have to wait for the order. Knowing what we know and what we saw, if you're in any of these particular areas, that lean forward posture, we keep talking about it. We saw the impacts, extreme impacts of the winds when what happened in Palisades. Our professional advice to anybody out there is to make sure you're ready, to make sure you have a plan. We talk about the pets, we talk about the medications, put your plan together, be ready, and you do not have to wait. You do not have to wait for the order. And I think it's really, really important that everybody hears what Chief Maroney and I are saying. And in fact, the rest of the region, the rest of the fire chiefs are saying the same thing. Thank you.
And Kevin, you were going to address the WE alert issues?
Kevin McGowan, Director with the LA County Office of Emergency Management. In partnership with the state, we have the wireless emergency alert system ready to go with a state partnership.
Thank you. And we are at time. We will have one-on-one interviews. If you have any unresolved or unanswered questions, please approach to the front and we will connect you to the appropriate.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. With that being said, of course, you know what time it is. Californians will us home invites Trump. Check this out.
Already, the fires have consumed more than 62 square miles, destroying over 12,000 buildings, and that includes the home of our next guest. Jake Steinfeld is the chairman of Body by Jake, the former honorary mayor of Pacific Palisades, who is also working with Governor Schwarzenegger on the Council of Fitness in California. So, Jake, clearly Pacific Palisades, you knew your chances were slim that your house would survive. What happened?
Well, first of all, Brian, it's great to be here. You know, I've been a friend of Fox and Friends, man, since the year 2000. You guys have always been great to me. The audience is awesome. I'm sitting here today not for a pity party that I lost my home. I mean, it's incredible, so surreal. I can't tell you. I'm so thankful for my wife, Tracy. My daughter, Morgan, flew in from London for my wife's birthday on Friday. Surprise. It's been unbelievably surreal, and that's just the word. But to say and to hear what I'm hearing is unconscionable, very honestly. And I want to first say this. This is not about red or blue. As you know me, this is about the red, white, and blue. This is why I'm very excited about this new administration coming in, where guys like President Trump are going to take action, and this is what we need to see. Boots on the ground. We can't have this again. We don't live in a third world country. To understand that whether water was depleted, whether there was no power to get the water out of the hoses, the first responders, the fire department, are men and women in service. I take my caps off to them. People are despondent. Look, there's been hurricanes and all kinds of catastrophes that we've all lived through. I'm one of them now who's living through it. And it's not about the celebrities. There are so many folks who have lost their homes in the Palisades and Altadena and everywhere else. I want to make sure that this next catastrophe, because there's going to be one, that they are prepared, that we are prepared, right, as a state, as a nation where we live in a great state the highest tax state, right? It's a gorgeous state. And the bottom line is we need great leadership. And I just want to say, Brian Lowe, I've known you, Ducey and the gang for so long, and the audience for so long. It really is exciting for me. Look, this is a brand new shirt, by the way, that I bought yesterday. I have no clothes. When was the last time you really had nothing? I mean, I'm talking to everybody for a second. If you can close your eyes and visualize, you're sitting in your nice house right now, and we all have something. We deal with something every single day, but that something is taken away. It's unbelievable, but I will tell you this. There are two ways you can go. You can curl up in a corner and die, or you can say to yourself, don't quit. You got to get up. The sun will come up tomorrow because it's coming up right now on the West Coast. And you need to understand, people come up to me and say, Jake, could you give us some inspiration, some sense of hope? And here's what I'm going to say. Get back to a routine. Get back to your routine. I was up this morning. Get into the gym, get your body moving. Mental health is so important right now. It's the most important thing. But we want to see transparency with insurance companies. Tell us about this.
So Jake, you expressed to me that it's agonizing to see governor and president not on the same page, and you have a message for the president.
I just want to say this, Brian. I know the president watches your show, and I just want to say, look, President Trump with two guys from the neighborhood, I'm going to invite you to the Palisades and let's walk the neighborhood. Let's take a walk in the neighborhood, meet the people, shake the hands. I think people will be very excited and very optimistic and know that something is going to get done. This is not the red or the blue. This is about the red, white, and blue. And I'm confident that when we take that nice walk, we have a lot to talk about. We're two business guys, and we can make change because we're going to rebuild. The Palisades is going to rebuild. I want to make sure that this next catastrophe, wherever it may be, is not going to be what we have gone through here. And this is not about, like I said, I lost my home. It's the strangest thing to even talk about. But we are going to rebuild. And with the faith that I have and the understanding, friends like my friend Tim Robertson, the son of the late great Pat Robertson, leaves messages of Bible verses to us for me and my wife Tracy. It's been amazing, the outpouring of friends. And it's really amazing to see the kind of people that do come out and really want to help. And that's been great. The challenge is, though, you have real estate people looking for homes. It's been insane. Prices are being jacked up. Mr. President, let's do this. Come on out. We take a walk in the neighborhood, and I guarantee you things are going to get done.
And the future Secretary of the Interior, Doug Burgum, is your friend, and maybe the three of you can get stuff done there. And maybe
that would
one
be
day
great.
You'll run for governor yourself, Jake. Thanks so much.
Something that I'm considering, baby.
You should do it. I know Arnold wanted you to do it, so hopefully you'll do it. Listen, we're going to stay in touch along the way because it's going to be a process as everybody rebuilds. Thanks so much, Jake, for sharing your story in this extremely difficult time.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. I see everybody in the chat. Keep going, keep interacting in the chat, okay? This is what we do. We converse. Nobody's censoring you right here except YouTube does, because we ain't censoring you as long as you're kind, you're nice in the comment section. You're not, being stupid in the comment section. As long as you have some sense in the comment section, you're never going to be blocked, okay? All right, moving forward. It's been known here that a lot of people are looting in the California wildfire in LA County. After tens of thousands of properties have been lost, over 40,000 acres burnt, okay? People are still looting, but what are you going to say? What are you going to say? Because in California, they had a $950 rule where if you steal up to $950, you're okay. Nobody's going to arrest you. But now they are arresting people for looting. Oh, I see.
Fox News alerted critical warning of extreme fire danger. Los Angeles County and Ventura County now under the highest level threat warning. Treacherous Santa Ana winds returning once again, whipping up extremely dangerous weather as crews battle to contain existing wildfires. And welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Perino.
1 and 2 partner.
Morning.
Here we go again, right? Watching the hour, watching the forecast, watching the wind. I'm Bill Hemmer. Good morning at home. You've got critical weather conditions potentially fueling yet again the growth of new and existing fires. National Weather Service issued red flag warnings, destructive and life-threatening offshore winds picking up from today through Wednesday thus far this week.
Meanwhile, security is high in the affected fire zones. Law enforcement making dozens of arrests for suspected looting. The LA County Sheriff with a stern warning for anyone trying to take advantage of this ongoing disaster.
Regarding any illegal activity that may be occurring in these areas, don't do it. The fact that anyone takes advantage of anyone who's been victimized already, whether it is burglary, looting, or any other crime, whether it's a scam of some kind that you're conjuring up to make money off of the poor people that have been involved in this.
National correspondent Griff Jenkins is live in Malibu. The sun is up. And what do you see, Griff?
Well, Dana, I see widespread damage and destruction, just charred remains of homes and buildings. But you mentioned the looting there. There were 4 more arrests.
If you're just tuning in, this right here is not 12 people passing or 11 people passing or 16 people passing. It's been 24 people confirmed by CNN that have passed in the LA County fire. Okay? 24 people have been confirmed that has passed away. Okay? So when people say 11 people have passed away, 16 people, no. 24, okay? And tens of thousands of properties just gone. Okay, 150,000 people plus families have no home. Okay, and if you're wondering what is this is not a week. This is a head warmer, ladies and gentlemen. I just happen to have a good taste in what makes my head warm. It is cold, Jesus.
Yesterday, bringing the total number of looters to 39 in the Malibu and Pacific Palisades area. But yeah, let's look at the sun coming up here. You know, whoever lived in these homes, Dana, must have woken up every day and said, I've got it made. I've got everything. Well, today they have nothing. You can see the steel I-beams in the foundation. It's just rubble, and it goes for miles up the iconic, beautiful Pacific coast. You can see a burned out SUV, another car there, and it comes with this warning from the National Weather Service, the particularly dangerous situation, the PDS warning. It's the highest the agency can issue, intended to invoke the highest level of urgency for residents to evacuate if indeed these brush fires that firefighters are trying to tamp down with these high winds of 70 miles an hour for the next possible 48 hours. We've talked to a captain with the LA Fire Department, Eric Scott. Here's what he said about the dangers people are facing. Listen here.
This just stirs up all of the other embers because things are still burning. It's still active, and it's so dry because of these winds that the brush or fuel, if an ember lands on it, has a 65% of ignition. So we're chasing fires.
Now, back out here in Malibu, obviously there's nothing left to burn here. The fire, Palisades fire, came across the hills and burned everything in its path till it met the Pacific Ocean. But you can see, we'll show you an image now here in Malibu yesterday. Sheriff Luna, who played that soundbite, saw a firefighter he thought was in distress. Turned out it was an individual who was not a fireman. He was arrested because you can't be in this area. Now, there was another incident. I want to show you this video of a man that was found with a blowtorch. ICE sources confirming to Fox. Turns out he was an illegal immigrant from Mexico. He's being held on probation, not charged with arson, but it is certainly complicating the issue here. As you can see, trucks emergency fire trucks and crews trying to come in here, trying to do their work, all a part of the complex situation with this high red flag warning on its way as we expect a press conference from Mayor Bass in the next hour. Dana?
Griff, thank you so much. And our next guest is promising looters will be prosecuted and punished to the full extent of the law, calling these acts despicable. Nathan Hochman is the newly elected LA County District Attorney and a former Assistant U.S. Attorney General. How can you make it clear very early on that looters will be prosecuted? Are you able to expedite some sort of a hearing so that it can stop?
That's exactly what we intend to do. We have sent an unmistakably clear warning to looters, to people who are engaged in trying to scam people who have suffered from these tragedies, to people who are even thinking about arson, that if they want to engage in these crimes, they will be arrested, they will be prosecuted, and punished to the full extent of the law. At 2 p.m. today, Los Angeles time, we're going to announce charges being filed against certain looters, against an arsonist. And when the public hears and when would-be criminals hear the types of punishments that they are facing, they will think twice about committing these crimes.
Can I ask you one thing? Maybe you're not able to say, but on charges against an arsonist, do you think that person was responsible for any of these fires?
No, the person who will be charged was not responsible for any of the large fires that have taken lives, but was effectively looking at the opportunity, this as an opportunity to set off fires, which is, again, incredibly dangerous and will be even more dangerous as these red flag warning winds come through Los Angeles over the next several days.
Yeah. Some of this water's under the bridge, but I guess you can look to the future and try and figure out how you're going to best help the folks who are trying to recover. We were with a guy last hour, lives in Altadena. This guy was just shattered. Here's J.D. Vance talking about what needs to be done.
There is a serious lack of competent governance in California, and I think it's part of the reason why these fires have gotten so bad. We need to do a better job at both the state and federal level.
What can you do now, knowing that all that's behind you and you're dealing with all that dust and ash, Nathan?
So what we can do, in fact, I'm one of the people who has been evacuated. My sister lost her house in Pacific Palisades. And what we'll do is we'll first deal with people who are looting, people who are taking advantage of these crimes right now. Then we begin the recovery effort. And sadly, we're going to have people who want to take advantage of the recovery money coming in from insurance or government benefits. We're sending the same unmistakably clear message to them that if they want to rip off people who have suffered these type of tragedies, we will come after you. We will throw the entire book at you. So please do not commit these crimes. Our goal is to deter them in the first place, thus saving a whole lot of victims in the process.
Sir, you are newly elected. Do you have the resources you need in your office to take on this monumental task?
We have over 750 deputy district attorneys, some of the finest lawyers or prosecutors in the nation. They are motivated and inspired to go ahead and help people. They always have been. They haven't had the opportunity over the last several years, but they are all fired up right now to go help the residents of LA County get through this tragedy and make sure that the criminals who want to take advantage of them meet full justice in the system.
Yeah. What do you think went on here? I mean, was it just the confluence events of Mother Nature that could not be overcome? Or is it the empty fire hydrants in the reservoir that holds 100 million gallons of water that wasn't working? What is it?
They're going to be looking into the causes of the various, whether it is arson or man-made. They'll be looking into the initial efforts to try and put out these fires, to figure out if Los Angeles was prepared for it. And ultimately, when we do the rebuild, Los Angeles has shown a history over decades of not only rebuilding, but rebuilding better than ever. And we will be participating in that effort.
Okay.
Nathan Hochman, you're new to the job. It looks like you're certainly up to the job. We appreciate you coming on the show.
Need a lot of help. Thanks, Nathan.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. And as you know, maybe some of you don't know, but the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, well, Some people say he is the commander in chief. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people have names for him. Some people say, we did it, Joe. Anyway, he's actually having a press conference right now about his legacy when it comes to foreign policy. Okay, so let's go ahead and listen to what Joe Biden, some people say Sleepy Joe, some people say Joe who falls off stairs, and some people say Joe who walks into the Amazon rainforest. Here you go.
Made the ultimate sacrifice in the longest war in American history. And I grieve those brave service members whose lives were lost during the withdrawal. We also thank those inside and outside of government who've done from artificial intelligence to
we cannot accomplish, and that this country remains a force for good, a force for progress around the world. Your unshakable belief in the promise of America has inspired me for more than 20 years. It's inspired so many people in this department and around the world. Simply put, it's been the privilege of my lifetime to work for you, to work with you, to work with this extraordinary team that you've assembled. And it's the honor of a lifetime to be able to introduce, one more time, the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, please, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's good to be back at the State Department. Tony, if I may start by saying this, you're one of the finest men I've ever known in any undertaking, for one important reason. You have You're not only brilliant, you have incredible character. You have character. You have more integrity than almost anybody I know. Thank you for always sticking with me. Appreciate it. Folks, I'm grateful for his counsel and his friendship as well, but I also want to thank the members of my cabinet and the members of the Congress who are here today, and to all our diplomats, development experts, service members, and intelligence professionals. Many of the achievements we're going to discuss today were the result of your hard work, and that's not hyperbole, it's true. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for your extraordinary service. I come here to the State Department to report on to the American people on the progress we've made in the last 4 years in our foreign policy and our presidency. I've said many times, we're at an inflection point. The post-Cold War period is over. A new era has begun. In these 4 years, we faced crises that we've been tested. We've come through those tests stronger, in my view, than we entered those tests. This is a fierce competition underway. The future of the global economy, technology, human values, and so much else. Right now, in my view, thanks to our administration, the United States is winning the worldwide competition. Compared to 4 years ago, America is stronger. Our alliances are stronger. Our adversaries and competitors are weaker. We have not gone to war to make these things happen. During my presidency, I've increased America's power at every dimension. We've increased our diplomatic power, creating more allies than the United States has ever had in the history of our nation. We've increased our military power, making the most significant investments in the defense industrial base in decades. We've increased the technology power, taking the lead in artificial intelligence and other technologies of the future. And we've increased the economic power, building the most dynamic economy in the world from the bottom up and the middle out, not the top down. In short, Kamala and I took office, our nation had become stronger at home, are stronger in the world. And now, America is more capable and, I would argue, better prepared than we've been in a long, long time. While our competitors and adversaries are facing stiff headwinds, we have the wind at our back because of all of you. This is what we're heading into. And over the next administration, that's what we're handing it to. Today, I want to lay out what we've done, the opportunities we've created for America, and those opportunities going forward. Today, I can report to the American people our sources of national power are far stronger than they were when we took office. Our economy is booming, although there's more work to do. Our technologies, from artificial intelligence to biotech, quantum, and to advanced semiconductors, they're the envy of the world. And we have made the most significant investments in America and the American workers since the New Deal. To rebuild our roads and bridges, our ports and airports, clean water systems, affordable high-speed internet, and so much more. To build American manufacturing, to make advanced semiconductors, which we invented here at home. We made the largest investment in climate and clean energy ever anywhere on Earth in the history of the world, spurring nearly $500 billion in private sector investment. We've also significantly strengthened the defense industrial base, investing almost $1.3 trillion in procurement and research and development. In real dollars, that's more than America did in any four-year period during the Cold War. This is going to ensure that we're fully equipped to fight and win wars, which is also the best way to deter wars in the first place. Today, I can report to the American people our alliances are stronger than they've been in decades. NATO is more capable than it's ever been, and many more of our allies are paying their fair share. Before I took office, 9 NATO allies were spending 2% of their GDP on defense. Now 23 are spending 2%. And look at the Indo-Pacific. We've made partnerships stronger and created new partnerships to challenge China's aggressive behavior and to rebalance power in the region. We did it, what few thought was possible, to build the first ever trilateral partnership between the United States, Japan, and South Korea. Then another among the United States, Japan, and the Philippines, drawing closer our Pacific allies to defend our shared security and prosperity. We brokered a defense pact known as AUKUS among the United States, Australia, and the United Kingdom, connecting the Atlantic and Pacific allies as only America is able to do. And we've taken the Quad to the next level. The United States, Japan, Australia, and India. When we had that first meeting, I was dumbfounded when they all called and said, "Can we do this at your house?" I think I'm kidding. My wife said, "No problem." It was during the UN meeting, and we thought we were going to do it in New York, but they wanted to do it in Delaware. I said, "Why?" I said, "We can now, then people will know we're really friends." Our democracy, with vibrant economies, working closely, security, supply chains, technology, and so much more. In the Red Sea, we brought together more than 20 countries to protect civilian ships from attack by the Houthis, defending freedom of navigation in one of the world's busiest waterways. And we have strengthened partnerships all across the Americas, defending democracy, targeting corruption, addressing migration, increasing prosperity, and protecting Amazon rainforest, which captures billions of tons of carbon from the atmosphere every year. Overall, we've reinvigorated people's faith in the United States as a true partner. Today, I can report to the American people, our adversaries are weaker than were when we came into this job 4 years ago. Just consider Russia. When Putin invaded Ukraine, he thought he'd conquer Kyiv in a matter of days. But the truth is, since that war began, I'm the only one that stood in the center of Kyiv, not him. Putin never had. Think about it. It was a long train ride, but I'm the only commander-in-chief to visit a war zone not controlled by U.S. forces. We helped Ukrainians stop Putin. And now, nearly three years later, Putin has failed to achieve any of his strategic objectives. He has failed thus far to subjugate Ukraine, failed to break the unity of NATO, and failed to make large territorial gains. There's more to do. We can't walk away. We rallied 50 nations to stand with Ukraine, not just in Europe, but for the first time in Asia as well. Because those countries in Asia know what happens in Ukraine matters to them as well. We delivered air interceptors, massive numbers of munitions, enacted relentless, unprecedented sanctions to keep Ukraine in the fight. And now Russia is struggling to replace what they are losing on the battlefield in terms of military equipment and fighters. And the ruble is under enormous pressure. As I saw it, when Putin launched his invasion, I had two jobs. One, to rally the world to defend Ukraine, and the other is to avoid war between two nuclear powers. We did both those things. Today, Ukraine is still free, independent country with the potential for a bright future. And we laid the foundation for the next administration so they can protect the bright future of the Ukrainian people. And now, look at Iran. Did you ever think we'd be where we are with Iran at this moment? After those despicable attacks by Hamas on October the 7th, Iran directly attacked Israel twice with hundreds of ballistic missiles and drones. And twice they failed because the United States organized a coalition of countries to stop them and ordered U.S. aircraft to come to the defense of Israel. Now, Iran's air defenses are in shambles. Their main proxy, Hezbollah, is badly wounded. And as we tested Iran's willingness to revive the nuclear deal, we kept the pressure with sanctions. Now Iran's economy is in desperate straits. All told, Iran is weaker than it's been in decades. And if you want more evidence that we've seriously weakened Iran and Russia, just take a look at Syria. President Assad was both countries' closest ally in the Middle East. Neither could keep him in power. Quite frankly, neither really tried very hard. Now, I cannot claim credit for every factor that led to Iran and Russia growing weaker in the past 4 years. They did plenty of damage all by themselves. But Israel did plenty of damage to Iran and its proxies. But there's no question, our actions contributed significantly. And now major authoritarian states are aligning more closely with one another. Iran, Russia, China, North Korea. But that's more out of weakness than out of strength. So as the new administration begins, the United States is in a fundamentally stronger position with respect to these countries than we were 4 years ago. Today, I can report to the American people we're in a better strategic position in the long-term competition with China than we were when I took office. You all recall, many experts believe were predicting it was inevitable that China's economy would surpass ours. According to many predictions, that would happen by the year 2030 or shortly thereafter. But we in this room said no. If we make the investments in ourselves, if we protect our workers and technologies, that will not happen. Now, according to the latest predictions, on China's current course, they will never surpass us, period. I met one-on-one with President Xi in consequential summits. He and I have always been direct and straightforward with each other. I made it clear we expect China and everyone to abide by the international rules. And so we stood up against unfair trade practices, taking action when China dumped subsidized goods, incredibly subsidized, on our markets to undercut our workers. We imposed target tariffs in critical sectors like cars, steel, and semiconductors. rather than across-the-board tariffs. We imposed historic export controls on investments restrictions to ensure that China cannot use the most advanced technology and sensitive data against us. And critically, we enlisted our allies and partners to join us, building more convergence among our allies on a shared approach to China than ever existed, and showing that it's more effective to deal with China alongside of partners rather than going it alone. But even while we compete vigorously, we've managed our relationship with China responsibly, so it's never tipped over into conflict. We've created lines of communication between President Xi and myself, and between the leaders of our militaries, to avoid misunderstanding. We found ways to work with each other, to address climate change, to reduce the flow of fentanyl in the United States, which, by the way, overdose deaths are coming down across our nation. And in my administration, we've seized more fentanyl at our border in 2 years than the previous 5 years combined. Today, I can also report to the American people, we're the first president in decades who's not leaving a war in Afghanistan to his successor. But we've got bin Laden during the Obama-Biden administration. The primary objective of war had been accomplished. And I believe that going forward, the primary threat of al-Qaeda would no longer be emanating from Afghanistan, but from elsewhere. And so, we not need to station a sizable number of American forces in Afghanistan. So when I took office, I had a choice. Ultimately, I saw no reason to keep thousands of servicemen in Afghanistan. I think I have my schedule with me, and I keep on my, I don't here, I don't have, but I keep on the back of my card the actual number of dead and wounded that occurred in our longest war, to remind myself. Keep spending hundreds of millions of dollars a day. We're no longer doing that. In my view, it was time to end the war and bring our troops home, and we did. I commend the courage of all those who served in Afghanistan. We grieve all 2,461 Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice in the longest war in American history. And I grieve those brave service members whose lives were lost during the withdrawal. We also thank those inside and outside of government who have done so much to help thousands of Afghan families resettle in the United States. Remember, critics said if we entered the war, it would damage our alliances and create threats to our homeland from foreign-directed terrorism out of a safe haven in Afghanistan. Neither has occurred. Neither has occurred. And our alliances have stayed strong. We've used our over-the-horizon capabilities to strike in Afghanistan and elsewhere when we had to. For instance, eliminating Zawahiri, the leader of al-Qaeda, who helped orchestrate the September 11th attacks. And we did it without putting more American boots on the ground. And by ending the war, we've been able to focus our energy and resources on more urgent challenges. There is nothing, I can tell you from my conversations with both Xi and Putin, nothing our adversaries and competitors like Russia and China would have liked more than seeing us to continue to be tied down in Afghanistan for another decade. For all those reasons, ending the war was the right thing to do, and I believe history will reflect that. And from the moment I entered office, I also worked to free as many Americans as possible being held hostage or wrongfully detained overseas. We brought home more than 75 Americans by last count. In some cases, it took months, even years of effort, like the prisoner swap with Russia over the past summer. Feat of diplomacy involving many of you and involving multiple countries who joined complex negotiations at our request. Another example of the power of our alliances. We did not have these relationships, those women and women would likely still be in prison. And finally, I can report to the American people that we restored our leadership in a range of other generational priorities. When I took office, we were no longer part of the International Climate Agreement. We announced on day one that we've joined the Paris Accord, rejoined. And we've led by example. We've conserved hundreds of millions of acres of land and water, more than any president in American history, making investments in clean energy and convincing other nations to join us. Thanks to our efforts, the world has reached the goal of investing $100 billion every year in public and private funds to reduce greenhouse emissions, to drive down the cost of clean energy, to help developing nations adapt to climate change. Our administration has launched a transformative initiative to build high-impact infrastructure in developing nations. It's called PGI. You all know that better than anyone. This is our alternative to what China offers with its massive projects across Africa and beyond. But their approach features no workers' rights, no environmental protections, unmanageable debt, shoddy construction, all in exchange for military access to ports and other exploitative purposes. By contrast, we've leveraged $600 billion and unleashed the private sector to build an infrastructure in order to grow economies and combat climate change. As an example, I was recently in Angola to see a major project being built with the help of American public funding, which brought in even more private investment. We're building the first ever transcontinental railroad across Africa. It will significantly improve the economies of the region. Will help farmers transport crops in new global markets. Will transport critical minerals that are needed for electric vehicles and semiconductors. China used to control the supply chains in these materials, but not for long. Now, make no mistake, there are serious challenges the United States must continue to deal with. In Ukraine, in the Middle East, in the Indo-Pacific, must keep the pressure on the Houthis, who are attacking ships in the Red Sea, launching missiles at Israel, and firing at American forces. Must deter North Korea as they rattle their saber and draw closer to Russia. And new challenges will certainly emerge in the months and years ahead. But even so, it's clear my administration is leaving the next administration with a very strong hand to play. And we're leaving them in America with more friends and stronger alliances, whose adversaries are weaker and under pressure. An America that once again is leading, uniting countries, setting the agenda, bringing others together behind our plans and visions. An America which is no longer at war, which has made historic investments in American workers, American energies, American factories, generating the strongest economy in the world, which is now in a much better position to win the future against any competitor. These wins are not partisan. They're American. They benefit all Americans and reflect America's endless capacity for leadership and reinvention. Look, folks, the United States should take full advantage of our diplomatic and geopolitical opportunities we've created to keep bringing countries together to deal with challenges posed by China, to make sure Putin's war ends in a just and lasting peace for Ukraine, and to capitalize on a new moment for a more stable, integrated Middle East. To do that, the next administration must make sure the fall of Assad does not lead to the resurgence of ISIS in Syria and across the region. It must carry forward the commitment that America will never, never allow Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon. And on the war between Israel and Hamas, we're on the brink of a proposal that I laid out in detail months ago, finally coming to fruition. I have learned in many years of public service to never, 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 ever give up. So I spoke to Prime Minister of Israel yesterday. I spoke to Emir Qatar today. I look forward to speaking with President Sisi soon. We're We're pressing hard to close this. The deal we have structured would free the hostages, halt the fighting, provide security to Israel, and allow us to significantly surge humanitarian assistance to the Palestinians who've suffered terribly in this war that Hamas started. They've been through hell. So many innocent people have been killed. So many communities have been destroyed. The Palestinian people deserve peace and the right to determine their own futures. Israel deserves peace and real security. And the hostages and their families deserve to be reunited. And so we're working urgently to close this deal. And as we deal with immediate challenges, in my view, we have to look to the future. I urge the next administration to carry forward two issues that have been central to my presidency and which shape the future, in my view. On artificial intelligence, we are in the lead, and we must stay in the lead. We must not offshore artificial intelligence, as we once did with computer chips and other critical technologies. AI has the power to reshape economies, governments, national security, entire societies. And it must be the United States and our closest allies that lead the way to ensure people's rights are respected, their safety is protected, and their data is secure. And likewise, clean energy transition will race ahead in years to come. I know from some in the incoming administration are skeptical about the need for clean energy. They don't even believe climate change is real. I think they come from a different century. They're wrong. They are dead wrong. It's the single greatest existential threat to humanity. The clean energy transition is already happening.
There we go.
China is trying to dominate the clean energy, manufacturing, critical materials, supply chains. They want to capture the market of the future and create new dependencies. The United States must win that contest, and we will shape the global economy and the planet for decades to come. Let me close with this. Like many of you, I've dedicated a significant portion of my career to our nation's foreign policy. As chair of the Foreign Relations Committee as a senator, vice president for 8 years, and now president of the United States.
For one term.
Put together one of the most competent foreign policy teams, I would argue, in American history, sitting in this room and before my eyes. Throughout my career, the world has undergone tremendous change. But certain things have always held true. At our best, America leads not only by the example of our power, but the power of our example. In the past 4 years, we've used that power, not to go it alone, but instead to bring countries together, to increase shared security and prosperity, to stand up to aggression, and to solve problems through diplomacy wherever possible, and to relentlessly defend democracy, civil rights, and human rights. Because that's who we are. That's who we are. You've heard me say it many times before. We're the only country on earth founded on idea. Every other country is founded on geography, religion, ethnicity, or some other unifying factor. But America was built on an idea, literally, not figuratively. That idea was all women and men are created equal. The idea that has inspired the world for 250 years and counting. We're always reaching to do better, always looking to the future, not our best, always seeking progress for our people and for people everywhere. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. Today, I'm optimistic about our future, as optimistic as I've ever been. Just have to remember who in the hell we are. You've heard me say it many times. We're the United States of America, for God's sake. There is nothing beyond our capacity. If we do it together and commit to it. Nothing.
He's right.
So thank you all for all you've done. I hope many of you are going to be staying in the next administration to keep this moving. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So there goes Biden. Biden says we have the best economy, of course, in the world compared to the world. Of course, we have the best economy. That's not even a conversation. However, it's like compared to what we had in 2017, 18, 19. No, I don't think so. But he's right. There's nothing beyond our capabilities, okay? Especially now, in 7 days, we're back to glory, okay? Because the 47th president of the United States is back, okay? This ain't no joke. He is back, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah. But there goes your president, our president, the commander in chief, the 46th president of the United States, Joe Biden. He just gave a remark on foreign policy, and of course, he added a little bit of um economical, I guess, in his opinion, would be triumph, but I don't think it's a triumph. But the United States is the greatest nation in the world. There's no conversation. And a lot of people may not think so, but it is to me. All right, back to LA fire.
And tens of thousands of people have evacuated their homes under threat from these deadly wildfires. In areas like Altadena, entire neighborhoods burned to the ground, leaving many people with little or no information about what's left of their home after they evacuated. Some, though, never left. Kevin Lyman, now a USC professor, best known for being one of the founders of the Vans Warped Tour, he stayed. His home survived. But that's not the case of many of his neighbors, and now he is providing your constant updates for everyone in his community.
Hey guys, the best way I thought I could do this was send a little update from Calaveras. At this point, our house is still standing. There's houses on both sides of the street down Mar Vista, as well as at the end of Calaveras, both ends on fire. But we're making a stand. Thank you for everyone's well wishes, and we'll hit you on the backside.
And Kevin Lyman joins me right now. Kevin, it's really good to speak with you. I mean, you've become something of a lifeline really for people in your community, giving updates on how things are progressing, what you're seeing. Your home survived. You've been staying in, I think you're in your van right now, outside of your house in the days since. What has the day-to-day been like?
Well, we've been cleaning up the neighborhood, doing the best we can. Just keeping an eye on each other's homes. Like you said, letting our friends know that things are okay. We're seeing a lot of utility vehicles. Totally understand when you say they don't want people up in these neighborhoods because they're doing a lot of work. First responders have been fantastic. You're seeing the best in people. There are people back here that are keeping people. I spoke to one person yesterday who went around and checked on 70 homes for people, and you see the best in people right now.
Kevin, what was it like living through this, and what has it been like seeing what's happened to your community?
Well, you have this, feeling of a survivor's guilt because it is little islands of homes. Like if you were right on our little central point, you think it was a regular day. And then you walk by these homes and you remember people's, gatherings. They're in the front yard of a home. The people got together. And then you see those bright spots where 2 goats survived down the street. And though the family lost their home, they were able to get in and come and get the goats and see the joy in their eyes that their goats survived. I mean, simple things like that. I'm starting to look at this as maybe these are survivor islands that will bring hope to the community and be strong. Are the few neighbors that are right here. There's about 6 or 7 of us on the street that 3 homes are here. And maybe we're going to be the anchor, I hope. I know we're going to go through our own things and we're give people hope. And it's been inspiring seeing the way people have pulled together.
Well, your resilience has been something that I know a lot of people have been leaning on in these days. The fire chief said that if the conditions are okay, that people may start to be able to return to evacuation areas come Thursday. Do you think people are prepared for what they are going to see when they return?
No, I'm hoping the mental health community can be here and that we give them support. I think, you can see the videos, you can see the films, but when they walk up and see what they have, I hope we have a strong rally of the mental health community to be there to support them because they're going to need it.
You've talked about seeing the best in people in the aftermath of this, in the midst of this, but we have seen and have heard people being frustrated and angry about how this disaster has unfolded, how it was able to become as bad as it has. Lots of questions about the water supply at the height of the fight last week. How are you feeling? How are you feeling about all of this?
I think it's a little early. Of course, those emotions are raw. Everyone's nerves are raw right now, but I think it's going to take some deep view of our climate and how it has changed. These wind events are becoming more prevalent. I mean, we see it around the country in all these disasters that we're seeing happen. The way we live is going to have to change. We have to, and maybe that's going to come from the young people. The reports I'm getting from around, the young people are really rallying in Southern California. They're being industrious, just like this community was. This community was in a transition. There was a lot of young people coming here with new ideas and new visions for the city of Altadena, as well as that old established family, that generational wealth that have lived in those homes for generations. And I really believe that there's going to be people are going to take it into their own hands and realize that we have to make a change at the smallest levels because sometimes maybe we can't depend on the people that are supposed to be in charge. We can make changes ourselves.
You can lean on your community, which is what a lot of people are leaning on you for right now. Kevin, thank you very much for coming on, and thank you for your time. It's great to meet you.
The California wildfires are placing a spotlight on the ongoing insurance crisis in the state. Some national carriers have declined to renew millions of homeowner policies. Others have canceled tens of thousands of policies before this latest historic fire. Many Californians turned to a state insurance program called the California Fair Plan for coverage. According to the most recent data from California's Department of Insurance, between 2020 and 2022, insurance companies declined to renew 2.8 million homeowner policies in the state of California. That includes more than 500,000 in Los Angeles County alone. Joining me now is Peggy Holter. She lost her home in the Palisades fire. Peggy, I am so sorry to hear that you have lost the home that I think you've had since the late 70s in the Pacific Palisades. This is a lifetime of memories, and home is always a comfort to all of us. What have you experienced because of this fire?
Well, first of all, you're right. I lived there since January 1st of 1978, and it was just up to about 2 miles up from Sunset Boulevard on Palisades Drive. And over the years, there have been little fires, and we knew there was a fire because the big one, the big Palisades fire, started just up the street from us. And then when we started down, we got the evacuation notices. We started down, and the road, which is the only way in and out of that canyon, was clogged with cars who had started down. And so we turned around and went back and waited, and finally we found that we could go out. And it was, it was terrible, but at a certain level, I just assumed, oh, it'll be okay, And then it wasn't okay. And our place, our little group of condos survived for about 24 hours, and then another burst came and just wiped them all out. Got up there for a few minutes the day after, and they were still smoking, and little fires were there.
Horrible to stand there and watch that, since you've had that condo for so long. It is your home. What happened when it comes to your individual condo insurance last year?
Well, for years, the whole condo complex was covered by Farmers Insurance, and then they canceled. And we also had individually homeowners things in our own condo. And then when farmers quit, there wasn't any overall complex coverage. So then we each got something that would cover both the inside and outside of our homes. And then that went away about a year and a half ago. And then I tried to join State Farm. And after, I think about 6 months ago, they said, "We're sorry, your roof isn't any good." So I don't know how they decided my roof wasn't any good, but in fact, they canceled my coverage. And so right now we have just a coverage of California Fair Plan.
What are you going to do? What is that?
Which
Does that
is no-
cover anything near what a State Farm or a private insurer would cover?
No, for a group of 36 units, there's $20 million, which is about a $500,000 apiece. And the condos up there now are selling for 1.2, 1.3. And that's just the condo. It doesn't cover anything that you have inside. And of course, as you said, you know, what I miss the most are all the photographs of all of my children's lives and my, you know, trips and things like that. And that's gone.
It's just like punishment on top of punishment, the situation with insurance there. And it has been a crisis, obviously, before these fires because of other fires. What is your message to, you know, the politicians in California and to the insurance companies, frankly, about this issue? What would you like to say to them?
Well, the insurance companies are not going to lose any money. They're not, because we know that they are fixed and they have reinsurance and all that sort of thing. And I feel that the California should have laws that say that companies cannot just drop you when there are no alternatives. That's insane. You know, because people think, oh, the Palisades, that's rich people. But it's not just rich people. It's older people who've lived in their homes since they cost, you know, $100,000. So there are people who've lived there for 40 and 50 years, and now they've lost everything. My home was what I'd hoped to leave to my children, and now that's gone.
Peggy Holter, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for just the crisis that has been caused in your life, for the loss of your longtime home. And on top of that, for the fact that all of a sudden you don't have the insurance that you need to try and deal with this. It is a true.
Yeah, because a lot of people think it's just rich people living in the Palisades or in Los Angeles County. Of course, they got some type of money. Some people are just old money. And you know what they say about old money? It never finishes. But it is what it is. Like, you see, like, a lot of people are just like dumbfounded, really just, they don't know what to do because they don't have insurance. They lost their property. And a lot of people are saying that this is a project 2028 that they're trying. This is the thing about what people say. You remember when they were saying project 2025? Now they're saying build back LA 2028, that they're trying to build a socialite, whatever, in California or Los Angeles County. It may be true. It might not be true. I mean, who knows? However, what we do know is in 7 days, the legend, the OG, the 45th, now the 47th is coming in. So whatever agenda they have going on is going to be basically out in the open, and he ain't gonna let it happen because he got them um Olympics. Okay, he got them the Olympics, so he would make sure that California, Los Angeles County build back better, and the build back to the tune of, you know, making sure they are appropriate in building for the people the people that were living there before. Because if you're just going to throw everybody that was living there before out of the premises, and then you're going to put back this huge conglomerate, never ending, big, huge money, unlimited funds, hedge funds to come buy these properties, that's bad. That's not ethical at all. But most people are saying that's what's going to happen, and that this fire was somewhat intentional. We saw a video of this man right here. If you go on my channel, on the video page, you will see a video where a guy was he was holding blowtorch and starting fires. Okay, he was supposed to use the blowtorch to start fire. He never started fire in the actual video, but the police arrested him because he had blowtorch. So it is complicated. I ain't even gonna cap. It is complicated. Anyway, moving forward, I want to show you this video. This is really interesting right here. Let's go ahead and stop blocking people. Ain't got time for all that. Okay, with that being said, I want to play you this video right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is too funny. Too funny, ladies and
presidential
gentlemen.
pardon because I believe.
Okay, you ready for this? Put it in the chat. Let me know if you're ready for this, y'all. Let me know if you are ready for this in the chat. Okay, so I see ready in the chat. All right. Michael Cohen has a lot to say. Listen.
Regarding the pardon, yeah, I put in the application for a presidential pardon because I believe that Joe Biden has the same responsibility to me that he had to his own son. And I would expect that the same exact pardon that he gave his son has to go to me and to anybody else that's on that enemies list, whether they want it or not. Because I assure you, solitary confinement where I did 51 days sucks.
Yo, look at the lady up there. The lady is looking like, yo, Michael, I don't know, but you ain't the president's son, Michael. You're not Hunter Biden, okay, Michael? Michael, you're not Hunter Biden, okay? He wants a pardon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, check this out.
Michael Cohen, I believe wholeheartedly that the solitary confinement was just a terrible experience for you. And I think your point about the enemies, the proverbial enemies list, right, is a good one. I wonder, have you heard anything back from the administration? It is my understanding that two things. The administration, one, is not going to give a pardon to anybody that doesn't want one. So folks who have prominently gone out and said, I do not want a pardon, the president is not going to issue a pardon to people that don't want one. But two,
they'll change their mind when they're sitting behind closed doors.
They'll change their minds when they're sitting behind closed doors. That's for sure. Because you don't want to be in there, bro. You do not want to be where Michael was for 50-something days. Okay? Look at his face. This is a serious man that do not want to go back. He does not want to go back, ladies and gentlemen. He does not want to go back because he knows, yo, when the OG comes back into power, which will be in 7 days, anybody can get it. Anybody can get this. This is F around and find out. You gonna get some of this smoke.
That I can assure you, they're going to kick themselves in the backside for that one.
I think hindsight will always be 20/20. I guess my question is, have you heard from the Biden administration? And I am struck by your comparing yourself and Hunter Biden. And I wonder if, well, I'm going to just tell you, Michael Cohen, we're on national TV, we have a conversation. I don't necessarily think that's your best way to go get a pardon. I mean, Hunter Biden is the president's last surviving son. But your other point, why I do think is a strong one.
I'm somebody's son also, by the way.
Agreed. You are some.
Remember when Joe Biden said he wasn't going to pardon his son, that he believed in the justice system, he believed in the jury of his peers? Later on said, you know what? I'm going to just pardon my son because he is my son. As a father, I expect the people of the United States to, understand the plight of a father, which I hold nothing against him because, I mean, wouldn't you pardon your own son? However, why would you promise? Why would you say that you weren't going to pardon your son and then go right ahead to pardon him? On Thanksgiving Day, right? He pardoned his son. Now, Michael says, "Sir, I want a pardon because I'm somebody's son as well. I am somebody's son, ladies and gentlemen. I want my pardon before the OG gets into power because I know I ain't safe. I am not safe, ladies and gentlemen," Michael says. Okay. I want a pardon. I know I'm not the president's son, but I want a pardon. Uh huh. There you have it, Michael. He wants a pardon.
Somebody's son, but I mean, to be very clear, you're not the president's son.
You are not the president's son. Oh, God.
And I wonder if, well, I'm going to just tell you, Michael, because we're on national TV, we have a conversation. I don't necessarily think that's your best way to go get a pardon. I mean, Hunter Biden is the president's last surviving son. But your other point, why I do think is a strong one.
I'm somebody's son also, by the way.
Agreed. You are somebody's son. But I mean, to be very clear, you're not the president's son.
Yes, Michael, you are not the president's son. So you can get some of this smoke.
Fire and weather officials are now warning of extreme fire danger in Los Angeles County. The National Weather Service has issued its most severe red flag warning through Wednesday afternoon. They're urging residents to avoid any and all actions that could cause a spark. Wind gusts of up to 70 miles per hour are threatening to undo any progress in containing the area's 3 ongoing fires. And California's liberal leaders are facing ruthless scrutiny over the state's preparedness for a wildfire outbreak of this magnitude. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Kaylee McEnany, here with my co-host Emily Campagno and Harris Faulkner. Also joining us, Rachel Campos-Stuffy, Fox and Friends weekend co-host and Fox Noticias anchor, and Jason Chaffetz, Fox News contributor and former Utah congressman. We begin here. The Los Angeles County Sheriff warning potential looters to stay out of the evacuation zone. He says multiple arrests have been made.
I want to talk about arrest for the LA County Sheriff's area. Overnight, we had several other arrests. It brings it up to a total of 34 in our geographic area. We have 30 in the Eaton fire area, and we have 4 in the Palisades area. Last night specifically, again, for LA County Sheriff's jurisdiction, we arrested 4. 2 were for curfew violations. 2 were arrested for 1 drone incident. Not all of them are for burglary or looting or for curfew violations. But it is very important when I say stay out, we are arresting people who are not supposed to be there, who do not live there, who are in possession of narcotics. We've arrested several with guns.
Let's go to Jonathan Hunt. He's live in the Pacific Palisades with more from the ground. Jonathan.
Hey, Kaylee, we are in something of a calm before the next windstorm here in the Pacific Palisades right now. The entire region of LA and beyond is under a red flag warning. But what the National Weather Service calls the particularly dangerous situation will start in the early hours of Tuesday morning. And that, of course, is the same warnings we were under last Tuesday. And we know all too well now what kind of damage the flames that were fanned by those winds caused. As you look all around you here in the Pacific Palisades, there is pretty much nothing to see but this kind of heartbreaking destruction right across a huge swath of what was very much an idyllic neighborhood here in LA. Hundreds of people have lost so much, Kaylee, but it's often the individual stories that touch you the most. Last week, at the very end of last week, Friday, a woman reached out to me, said, my 99-year-old grandmother lives in the Palisades. We got her out. We had known nothing about her home. Any chance you can check on it? Well, Well, I couldn't get there Friday evening, but my friend and colleague Griff Jenkins made it over the weekend and shot this video that he sent to me. I then had the grim task of sending this to the family of that 99-year-old grandmother and showing them that her house had been completely and utterly destroyed. That poor woman who the family has asked us not to name her because they don't want her overwhelmed with texts and messages, but she had lived in the Palisades in that house since 1967 is when she bought it. Extraordinary to think of the amount of memories she had there and the amount of loss she is now going through. And that, of course, is a story that is repeated over and over again right across the Palisades. As you look down this street, there really is nothing left, Kaylee. And then there are a couple of houses here and there you find that don't have any damage at all. And that is what the looters are now targeting. As Brian pans around to the left here, through the tree there, you can see one of those homes that is undamaged. Obviously, people fled that home as fast as they could. They've left all their possessions there. And that is the kind of home that these evil looters are now targeting, trying to get in under any pretense that they can to this neighborhood, get through the police roadblocks, the National Guard roadblocks, and come in and take from those people. I think a lot of people in LA will have been very happy to hear the words of Sheriff Luna and indeed the DA Nathan Hochman, who said, "We will find you, we will arrest you, we will prosecute you and punish you to the full extent of the law." But for so many people here in the Palisades, in Malibu, just to the south of me here, and in Altadena, which was the site of a terrible firestorm too, thousands of people are going to have a very long road ahead of them, Kaylee. It is hard to see, and I know the Palisades very well. My daughter goes to school here, as a lot of our viewers know. It's hard to see how this comes back certainly not in months. Probably it's going to take years. The high school, by the way, that my daughter goes to is already looking for. They sent out an urgent notice to everybody yesterday asking for anybody who has any idea of a temporary premises, obviously well outside the Palisades, that they could set up school in, because at the moment they're back to remote learning. And if they are asking to completely relocate that school, clearly they don't believe they're going to be open, I would imagine, for this semester. So we have a lot of kids, 3,000 kids at Palisades Charter High School who look like they're back to remote learning for quite some time. Just another trauma on top of all the other trauma, yeah. Kaylee?
Such devastation. A 99-year-old woman, you said that she moved there in 1967. That's almost 6 decades in that area, and now just devastation. Jonathan, keep us updated. Thank you.
Sure.
You know, Jason, I want to play a sound.
Can you imagine living in a home for like 60 years and then it's just gone? Gone. Now think about it, the fact that she may not have insurance anymore because they were dropped. The insurance company dropped all of these folks. If she doesn't have insurance and she's been living here for 6 decades, okay, and they just dropped her like what, a couple of months ago? So who's gonna like pay for all of this loss that she has? A 99-year-old grandma with all the memories she has. Well, the kids, of course, they're happy they're not going to school anymore in the first place. But back to 2020, learning from home. So sad.
Soundbite. You know, Gavin Newsom's on the ground. He's trying to manage this along with local leaders, but he keeps going back to a word that many Democrats use in times of crisis. Watch this.
The other thing is, look, you know, I think you're getting a bad rap. I know you're getting a bad rap about these fire hydrants don't have enough water in them. Give me a break. Give me a break.
So we intended to play on that soundbite. And if you play on, what you hear is Gavin Newsom, who says over and over again that he's combating misinformation. He said that to President Biden. Now, Jason, President Biden, in the wake of Hurricane Helene and Milton, I watched the press conference, said misinformation, misinformation. President Biden was asked by Susan Page in his exit interview, what's your big regret? And he said failure to combat misinformation. Why is it that misinformation continues to be the scapegoat?
Well, it's the only thing he's got is, I mean, this is the same Gavin Newsom, right, who said, I'm literally on the phone with the president right now, only to find out that that was a big lie. So you're just lining up lie after lie after lie. And by the way, and you know this better than anybody, if they were seriously having communication with the senior officials there in Los Angeles, they would have been in the Situation Room. They wouldn't have been in this made-for-television event, you know, in the Oval Office so that you could hear Gavin Newsom talking about this. Look, I'm glad to hear the tough talk about how they're going to get after the people that are looting and do that type of thing. Some of us think they should have taken that hard line before the fire, but I'm glad they're doing it. But I also want to see them communicating and helping ICE. If they want to have this type of tough talk, they need to make sure that those detainers from ICE are honored. And this is already an issue. They're trying to implement more of their sanctuary city policies, and that is not going to help the situation.
And Gavin Newsom, when he was initially asked about the fire hydrants, pointed to local officials. That's what he told Anderson Cooper. Well, let's hear from one of those local officials. This is Kristen Crowley, the fire chief.
Yes, we took a $17 million budget cut. And as we know, any budget cut would negatively impact our ability to carry out our mission. The $17 million budget cut and the elimination of our civilian positions like our mechanics did and has and will continue to severely impact our ability to repair our apparatus. I have, over the last 3 years, been clear that the fire department needs help. We can no longer sustain where we are. We do not have enough firefighters. With that, I have also requested multiple budgets, interim budgets, to show how understaffed, under-resourced, and underfunded the LAFD is.
So there's been this huge dust up. So that's the fire chief. But then Karen Bass, the mayor, has said in response to that, that's not accurate, that they've been backgrounding to reporters, I presume it's Karen Bass's team, that the budget actually increased just after the fiscal year and actually increased by 7%. So that's measuring just within one fiscal year. So there's this dust up. There was also confusion as to whether she was fired or not. But I want to point out the Wall Street Journal, Alyssa Finley, I think this gets to the heart of it. Los Angeles spent $350 million this year on firefighter pensions and benefits. Much of that would have been better spent on fire prevention, which made up only 5% of the department's budget. She goes on to get to maybe something both are missing.
Look, one thing that I've watched is with every news conference, Karen Bass gets farther and farther down the list of guests. They happen every day at 11 a.m., so I'm always paying attention to who goes first. She's not going first. Today, I think she was fourth. They're not looking to her to fight the fires right now. They're not looking to her to do much of anything. There is something going on in the background there, and we can't focus on that. I don't want to focus on that, but when the time comes, lots of questions about the money, where it went, how it went, so on and so forth. I do want to get back to that point of misinformation, though. Anything that Democrats are doing, and I caution Gavin Newsom, I'm sure he's not going to take my advice. Anything that man in the Oval Office is saying right now, you should not be repeating as a Democrat. You can't win with misinformation in the time of a crisis. That's not going to help you win. If you use Biden's talking points, they'll take you off the ticket, too. I mean, that's just basic math. So I don't really listen to much he has to say because I know it's all political and I know people are hurting and he actually is not helping. And I was wrong last week. The restaurant that he sneaked out to during the COVID restriction lockdowns that he put into place wasn't 2 stars. It was a 3-star Michelin. His priorities, not mine. I don't know if they're yours.
Yeah, you know, and so you have a lot of finger pointing, Emily. You have, you know, the fire chief pointing at Karen Bass, Gavin Newsom pointing to local officials for answers. But then you have Jen Psaki saying, let's look at Elon Musk. Let's look at Donald Trump. Watch this.
Fact is, leaders will need to confront a very complicated and challenging reality moving forward. But right now, that is not exactly what is happening. Instead, Donald Trump and his allies are injecting half-truths, misinformation, and flat-out lies in some cases in order to score a version of political points, I suppose. We saw something similar play out just this past October in the aftermath of Hurricanes Helene and Milton, when Trump repeatedly lied about FEMA spending disaster relief funds on migrants, which didn't happen. Those lies were then spread and amplified by the richest man in the world on the social media site that he owns. And so now we're back in this vicious cycle.
I guess it's Trump and Elon.
Yeah, and I'll say that the vicious cycle that I see is this administration continuing to be obsessed with the
upcoming, recurring president and the good things he has done for society. Look, I want to focus on something. She talks about the complex situation. So let's dive into what that looked like in the state of California. I want to focus for a second on those budgets. So it is not so black and white as to say that budget cuts led to these fires, because the reality is, in the fall, city officials approved a larger contract for the firefighters. And to your point earlier, so $350 million goes to firefighters' pensions and salaries, well-deserved, of course, benefits, but only 5% to prevention. And when you couple that with the mayor and the fire chief saying their top priority, quote unquote, is diversity, equity, and inclusion, when you couple that with 9 of those positions being DEI directors, you start to realize where the priorities lay. So while it's fine to have these guys taken care of course, the reality is you are ignoring, indeed, the complex situation. Crime factors in, too, as we learned in that WSJ article. For example, the 4th largest fire in California state history was started by a recidivist felon who was out on parole for a DUI. 20 of the 21 fires started there in Los Angeles are started in homeless camps per day. So why are we sort of hearing that things are so black and white to blame Trump for everything, when the reality is those smelt protections, no, it's not about the regulations that he deregulated. It's about the environment, the loss of employment, so much that were fleshed out to the Pacific because of these protections that go so much more beyond just a black and white situation that Dems can point to.
And you point to a lot of problems in LA. Rachel, someone else who's pointing to problems in LA is Maria Shriver. I was really intrigued to see this. LA cannot go forward with the status quo. LA is no longer what it was. It has to be different. It has to prioritize the safety of its citizen, police, fire, schools. LA residents deserve better. And she goes on. Wow.
I think it's because people who live in LA know LA will never be the same again. And this idea of turning, first of all, it's interesting to see them all turning on each other. This is what they're doing. And now the new one is we're going to turn and we're going to blame Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It's not going to work this time, because their friends who amplify their liberal deflection messages just had their houses burned down. They're mad as heck. They're pissed off. So it's not working. I didn't see this one from Maria Shriver, but there's a lot of them. And this isn't just an indictment on these leaders and their incompetence. This is an indictment on liberal policies, environmental policies, and we need to talk about that, because they are behind this, whether it's the smelt or the environmental groups that are the donors that are funding these campaigns that are basically suing anyone who tries to do the right thing in terms of fire prevention.
Yeah, and what a lot of people don't realize is
a lot of people are going to argue and say, well, it's nothing about a smelt. It's nothing about a salmon. Why are everybody talking about the smelt and the salmon if it's not true? Why? Go do your own research and you would find out that this man right here called Gavin Newsom really closed down dams because of smelt and salmons, the fish. He prefers to save the fish than to save the people.
with environmental law, 49 states follow federal guidelines, and California has a carve-out where they can create their own environmental regulations. So think about that.
It's facts. A lot of people don't know, but it's true. All right, FBI is actually investigating the drone that hit a plane that was holding water to help with the LA fire. We have here.
Once these drones are identified, all the fire suppression aircraft in the area are usually grounded for about 20 to 30 minutes. So you could imagine, like, this is a significant amount of time when this fire is moving and growing as fast as the Palisades fire did.
The FBI is hunting for the person who crashed their drone into one of the super scoopers battling the Palisades fire. The illegally operated drone put a hole in the wing of the plane and grounding it while the fire crew was trying to put out the fire. The FAA has imposed flight restrictions over the area, and the LA County District Attorney has promised to prosecute anyone who violates it.
So now on the board, we can tell you where we stand right now. Keep in mind, Monday night, Tuesday night especially, they're expecting the winds to pick up in a significant way. There were 2 fires still burning. This is the Eaton fire. That's around Pasadena, Altadena with Robert, the gentleman who was with us 30 minutes ago. That's 33% contained. Here on the Pacific Ocean, the Palisades fire, so much devastation, only 14% contained. And again, if the winds pick up 50, 60, 70 miles an hour in the next 48 hours, they can take those embers and blow them downstream in a significant way and cause further damage. Think about this right now. On the Pacific, where PCH leads to Malibu, this is what has burned in orange, gone. So all those pictures you see, all the aerial images you see of ash and dirt, that is in the orange area here. The red area is a mandatory evacuation, and the yellow area now in Pacific Palisades is a warning that they may have to get out too. Now, California's leaders facing a lot of heat now over failures in local response to the fires. The road to recovery, as you know, it's going to be huge. The road will be long. It will be winding. Senator Bill Hagerty from Tennessee said this about that.
At this point, we still don't know the full extent of the damage, and we may not know for some time. But what we can see is the failure of policy there and the failure of leadership in California that's been egregious. It's absolutely pathetic what has happened there, and I think we're going to have real accountability. We need to have hearings to understand, to get to the bottom of what's taken place, what the failures have been. Those failures.
Our colleagues, Fox News contributor Steve Hilton lives in California. Today he's going to lay out a plan to speed up the recovery and rebuilding. And Steve, good morning to you. Before I ask you specifically about that, the Governor Gavin Newsom was asked about the response and said this.
You're governor of the largest state in the country, and what happens in LA isn't always going to, come across your desk. But also, you're ultimately responsible as the governor of the state.
Of course, I want to know the answers. So I'm the governor of California. I want to know the answer. I've got that question. I can't tell you about how many people, what happened. My own team saying what happened, and I want to get the answers. And I'll be candid with you, I wasn't getting straight answers.
Steve, give us some answers. How did everything go so terribly wrong?
Well, how can a governor? This is the governor of the state. The head of the state is asking questions. How is that even possible? I just don't know how this is possible. And I don't know how Californians can take that as an answer. I'm the head of the state, and I'm looking for answers. From who?
Bill, there you are. You just yet another example of the vacuum of leadership here in California, here in Los Angeles. That's why people, as well as being so devastated and fearful of the future, are angry. The level of rage is something like I've never seen before. In putting together the plan that I'll lay out later this morning, we'll discuss in a second, I've been speaking to a lot of people about what went wrong, and so many questions are now emerging. Let's just take that massive issue of running out of water. And people are saying, well, how could that happen? I've been talking to sources within the Department of Water and Power, and there are real questions about that emptying of the reservoir and the contracting process that led to that taking so long and costing so much. I've been talking to retired fire chiefs about the lack of communication when they knew that the reservoir was empty and there wouldn't be enough water, but the fire department wasn't told about that. If they had been told about that, they could have requested water tenders to provide the water that firefighters need. I asked my source, how long would it take to get the kind of number of water tenders you need for this situation in Southern California? He said, well, maybe a couple of hours. And that's the terrible thing. So much of this, the scale of this devastation, could and should have been avoided.
I don't know how you start construction work on that reservoir last February. And you know that season's coming, and it's not repaired. Quick thing, New York Times, the mayor's taking a lot of heat. She was out of the country temporarily. Before taking office, LA's mayor said she would not go abroad. That's Karen Bass. The reason why that's relevant is that when she ran for mayor, she was on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. She said the issues in Africa are very important to her, but she will put her focus on Los Angeles. You are putting your focus on a recovery and rebuild effort. Tell me about that. How does it begin?
So we'll be laying out a plan later this morning, Bill, here in Los Angeles. It's called Rescue, Reform, Rebuild. How do we help people right now? How do we make the changes to our systems and policies and processes to stop anything of this kind happening again? And how do we rebuild rapidly? Because we're not getting the level of energy and ambition from Gavin Newsom. Again, I'll give you an example about the short term. So I was speaking to Governor Pete Wilson over the weekend and getting his advice about what we should be doing. His response response to the Northridge earthquake in 1994 included sweeping away contracting rules and giving contracts to clear away the debris and get things built quickly. The Santa Monica Freeway was rebuilt in 66 days. Gavin Newsom this weekend said that rebuilding here could start maybe in a year. So we got a plan to get that going quicker. We've got a plan to help people in the short term. I've got Pastor Jack Hibbs, one of our leading pastors here in Southern California. He's challenging churches, the faith community, to help displaced families, to support our firefighters and first responders, and then looking more to the long term. Here's an example. We're in California. We're the technology capital of the world.
Exactly.
Why are we still trying to fight fires in this old-fashioned way? So I've got a leading Silicon Valley investor and entrepreneur to bring together a team to create what we're calling Fire Force, using the best technology, AI, drones, autonomous firefighting vehicles, to detect fires as soon as that spark happens and extinguish them if they are potentially dangerous. All of this could have been done before. It should be being done now. And that is why people are so angry. They do.
This is what I have been talking about when it comes to the California wildfires. California has Silicon Valley, where these great, smart, bright minds are all over the world. They come to Silicon Valley and they create the greatest technology on planet Earth. And there you have it. This man just confirmed it, okay? Steve Hilton. He confirmed it, because there's no way you would have these bright minds in California and then you don't know how to quench fires. You're still lacking the strategies to make sure that you don't encounter wildfires that is so devastating that you lose lives, that you lose families, properties, structures that have been standing for 60 years. More than 60 years. Come on, man. That is tragic. That is tragic. This is sad. Tens of thousands of families have lost their homes. Over 40,000 acres burnt to the ground. Come on, man. California, y'all need to do better.
Not see the level of leadership
and the fact that you live by the ocean. You literally have the Pacific Ocean in California. Okay? The Pacific Ocean is right there in California, and then what? Everything burns down by the ocean? Oh man, come on, man. Yeah, that's too bad.
Ambition that we need to make sure nothing of this scale ever happens again.
Lead the way, Steve. Sounds like you're going on offense. It's good to see. What time's your press conference today in Los Angeles? What time?
It's 11 a.m. Pacific time, and we've got a whole team of business leaders, faith leaders, fire experts. We're going to lay out how we can do much better in the future.
Do it. We'll watch. Thank you, Steve. Nice to see you. Good luck. Steve Hilton.
Yes. Private citizens needs to get involved, because if you leave it up to your governor, Newsom, you're not going to get anything done. You are not going to get anything done. So private citizens like this who mean well, who actually have the resources, the funds, the network to get things done, needs to get involved now. Because if you do not get involved, Newsom is going to sink your state. Okay? Beach homes are getting burnt down to the ground. Beach homes, ladies and gentlemen. Beach homes. Your home is by the beach and is getting burnt to the ground. How is that even possible? Somebody tell me in the chat, because I don't know. A home that is built by the beach, okay, is getting burnt to ashes. Beach homes, basically. You can never make this up.
Thank you.
That sounds amazing. And also this, join Fox's support of families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond to help people recover from this disaster. Scan the QR code on your screen.
It is what it is, y'all. Private citizens are going to get involved, and they're going to show Gavin Newsom how it's actually done. They're going to get the job done that is supposed to be done by their leaders. Basically, that's what's going to happen. You just watch. All right, I want to show you here Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith He ain't having it. He ain't having it. He said, look, he's done.
You know what? They got to go.
Oh,
I don't give a damn if they do.
Stephen A. Smith says, yo, they got to go. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you guys to watch this right here. Let me know you're ready in the chat. Put W's in the chat. I'm going to do it like the streamers, yo. W's in the chat right now. W's in the chat. All right, let's go. Stephen A. Smith says they got to go. The mayor of Los Angeles got to go, and Gavin Newsom has to go. Watch.
They got to go. They got to go. You know what? They got to go. I don't give a damn if they do. After what I've seen last week, they got to go. They got. I'm done. I'm done, Kevin. I'm done.
Sometimes there are natural disasters you can't do a damn thing about. When a hurricane hits your house down in Florida, what can you do? Are you yelling at the politicians to stand out there and stop the winds?
Kev, I'm not going off about the fires. The fires is not their fault. But when firefighters are standing there and saying there's not enough water in the fire hydrant.
That's true.
When Donald Trump asked for water to be pumped from Canada into the LA system and Gavin Newsom opposed that. When you're hearing about environmentalists compelling him to protect smelt and little fish and salmon at the expense of LA citizens, of California citizens, Kevin, I don't need much else than that. I just don't. Maybe you're nicer than me. Maybe I'm too cruel.
When I talk about that Gavin Newsom, and most people say his name is Gavin Newsom. Genesis, stop calling him Gavin Newsom. His name is Gavin Newsom. I get it. Okay, but I'm just following the 45th, now the 47th president-elect Donald J. Trump, Gavin Newsom. Okay, yeah. When Newsom closed down dams, okay, emptied the reservoir, Santa Ynez was empty, ladies and gentlemen. How can a reservoir be empty in California? Trying to save the salmons and trying to save the smelt. He prefers to save the fishes because the fishes are so precious to him. More precious than valuable lives and valuable properties. This is going to open the heads and the minds and the heart of Californians and say, you know what? We're not going to have this anymore. We're not going to have this anymore. We want water in California. Stephen A. Smith just confirmed it. He said Trump wanted him to sign the water restoration bill from the north to bring water into California. And he said, no, I'm trying to save the smelt. I'm trying to save the salmons. I prefer the salmons, okay? I prefer to save the salmons than to save valuable lives. This is Stephen A. Smith confirming it. When Genesis says it, people say, well, Genesis, you sound ignorant talking like that. So Stephen A. Smith is ignorant as well? He's ignorant as well? Yeah, I don't think so. Listen to him again one more time.
And there's not enough water in the fire hydrant.
That's true.
When Donald Trump asked for water to be pumped from Canada into the LA system and Gavin Newsom opposed that. When you're hearing about environmentalists compelling him to protect smelt and little fish and salmon at the expense of LA citizens, of California citizens, Kevin, I don't need much else than that. I just don't. Maybe you're nicer than me. Maybe I'm too cruel. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
They got to go.
They got to go.
Here's another one. Of course, the legend Joe Rogan. Check it out. Too much BS going on in that goddamn California.
The wildfire situation. Yeah, we were
$24 billion on homeless. How can you have a state spend $24 billion on homeless and then you have no water? Your reservoirs are empty. You do not have water in your fire hydrant, but you're spending $24 billion on homeless? This is mind-blowing. Is this intentional? This is definitely intentional, because if you have $24 billion to spend on homeless, but you have no money to spend on the water, you wouldn't sign the water restoration bill? How? You're cutting $17 million from the fire department, but you have $24 billion to spend on homeless? Yeah, that's crazy. Somebody needs to ask Gavin Newsom this.
Ruin this state.
Oh my goodness. There you have it. Two smart men, Mel Gibson, Joe Rogan, legends, telling you, okay? Telling you that California is going to SHIT, basically. Because this isn't cool. You spend $24 billion on homeless, and then you have all of this right here in LA County burning to the ground. Beach homes by the beach, burning to ashes. Shout out to Gavin Newsom. That's all I can say. Too sad. Can never make this up, ladies and gentlemen. You can never make this up. You want us to keep going? Or you want us to end the stream right here? Let me know in the chat. W's in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. W's in the chat.
Over 2 months since Election Day, and President Biden still believes he and his Vice President Kamala Harris could have beaten President-elect Trump.
I think I would have beaten Trump, could have beaten Trump, and I think that Kamala could have beaten Trump, would have beaten Trump. It wasn't about, I thought it was important to unify the party. And when the party was worried about whether or not I was going to be able to move.
Well, let's think about this. This is not a theoretical exercise. Okay? Yeah. Kamala could have beaten Trump, would have beaten Trump. She did not beat Trump, Rachel.
She did not beat Trump. I don't think he knows that Obama actually pushed him out. Like, I don't know if he even knows what's going on. But you know what I do believe? He says I dropped out for unity. That's not true. He got pushed out. Everyone knows that. But people do want unity. And if you look at Donald Trump's party, the way he's remade it, he's got RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, and he's got a multiracial working class party behind him. That's unity. So many of the issues, whether it's, anti-war or at least, putting America's interests first in the war question, whether it's, make America healthy again. There are so many issues that used to be Democrat issues that are now bipartisan issues. I think people are going to be really surprised. I think the second term is going to be about unity. Everything that Joe Biden promised he would do in the 2020, Donald Trump's going to do it in the next term.
And you see more Democrats coming on board. Yeah. 10 more voted for the Lake and Riley Act this time around versus last.
And after this LA fire, when people look at what government's for, competence versus ideology, I think you're going to see more people coming over.
I agree
without question. Emily, when Biden says he could have beaten Trump, I thought we'd pull up the data. So let's pull up the Real Clear Politics average. This is the last data set we have. And as you can see, Donald Trump would have beaten him, according to polls, by 3.1%, which is double what he beat Kamala by.
I think that is part and parcel with why he is so insulted and injured and wounded over being pushed out. I do believe he actually truly believes he could have beaten Trump. And then obviously the Kamala point, you guys heard me, I belly laughed. But the reality is, I think in his temper tantrum that he's exhibiting now, in the dumpster fire that he is leaving President Trump, to me, that is his party ensuring that his legacy is indeed far, far, far left. And it's interesting because, to your point, I think that the rational, common sense Democrat voter, the moderates that represent, hopefully the majority of that party, that they will come on board. They will see the positive effects, the benefits of the common sense GOP and Trump platform, right? That spreads to all boats lifting. But with their closing Gitmo, with the offshore drilling, with the ridiculous pardons. All of that, to me, speaks that they are trying to ensure that they can say that Biden's legacy is an extension of Obama's, which is a completely perverted other world of anything and completely antithetical to American values. But that's what they're trying to do. So I do think it'll be interesting to see whether that works 4 years from now as they try to curry the votes of the extreme far left to say, well, look, this is what he did during his office, which really is the last month of his office.
Jason, what Emily said is very important, that Biden believes he could have beaten Trump. And I do agree with that. Wall Street Journal had 50 sources, 50. And they talked about pollsters being kept away from Biden. And this part stands out. This was in a summer meeting. Democratic insiders became alarmed by the way Biden described his polling, publicly characterizing the race as a toss-up when polls released in the weeks after the disastrous June debate consistently showed Trump ahead. They worried he wasn't getting an unvarnished look at his standing in the race. They kept him in a cocoon.
Yeah.
Well, he's just delusional. I mean, in my opinion, he's just delusional. If he thinks that Kamala Harris would have beaten Trump, but for what? He spent more than 40% of his time away from the White House. Doing what? And the long-term problem here for Democrats is they're void of ideas. Their ideas failed. They were wrong on everything. They were wrong on crime and immigration, on the foreign policy. And I think Joe Biden is going to take 2 speeches this week, at least read a teleprompter, to try to gaslight and rewrite history, to try to frame it in such a way that really isn't a reflection of reality.
Yeah.
So I predict that those Democrats who are trying to help him with his legacy are going to forget all about him and take credit for whatever leanings happen at the end of his career here. I do think that. As time passes and he's not around to say, no, I did that. No, I did that. You know, all of these others are going to say, well, we pushed him to do this at the end as they begin to take, you know, podiums and lecterns across the country running for offices. I would say this. Anybody who believes anything coming out of that man's mouth has to remember that Russia's president, Putin, certainly did not believe that he was making a minor incursion when he invaded Ukraine, which is what Biden told him not to do. Iran did not care that Biden said don't when it came to hitting Israel. It did. Now, Israel is very capable of defending itself, and it did. They were back and forth for a while. Nobody listens to Biden, not our enemies, and that's important.
Yeah, my favorite is history will smile.
Yeah, nobody definitely listens to Biden. Yeah, that's not even a conversation. Nobody listens to Biden. When he keeps saying history will, finish it, Kaylee.
Upon Joe Biden, that's what the aides say. I think it's going to be a frown, but we will see.
No, definitely a frown. Especially the fact that Trump is the next president. So Trump is going to erase Joe's legacy. That's for sure.
Breaking news right now, and that is a judge just cleared the way for the Justice Department to release the special counsel report into the Trump election subversion case. I want to go straight to CNN and Chief Legal Affairs Correspondent Paula Reed following this. Paula, this is big news for a lot of reasons, especially who the judge is that decided to clear the way for this release.
That's exactly right. You're referring to Trump-appointed federal judge Eileen Cannon, which really surprised a lot of legal experts over the past few years with decisions she has made related to the special counsel's case. Over the summer, she really shocked a lot of people by tossing the classified documents case entirely, saying that special counsel Jack Smith had not been properly appointed. That decision was appealed, but what we were looking for today is whether she would try to block both of Jack Smith's reports. As a special counsel, he is required by regulation to submit reports detailing his investigative decisions to the Attorney General. He has submitted 2 reports to Attorney General Merrick Garland, one on his investigation into alleged election interference and one into Trump's alleged mishandling of classified documents. Now, the classified documents report is not expected to be released anytime soon because that case is still active. Trump had co-defendants. In that case, their cases are still active, even though Trump's has been dismissed. So all eyes are on the January 6th report. And in this decision just a few minutes ago, Judge Cannon, she cleared the way for this report to possibly be released. But in speaking with sources familiar with the Trump legal strategy, I would not be surprised if they appeal higher up the legal food chain to try to block this release. Because even those sources on both sides of this case, Dana, tell me there's not a lot of news in this report. They've already had a committee investigation, a committee report, an indictment detailing the evidence, and a really unusual release of a lot of evidence back in October in this case. The Trump team has made it clear they are going to fight Jack Smith and the Justice Department every step of the way. And so far, they have been extremely successful. They have managed to completely stave off this case and any consequences for their client. So I'm waiting to hear back to see if they will appeal this to try to block this report, even though, again, we don't expect there's really going to be a lot of news in the January 6th report, the classified documents report. That could have some news, but that's not what we're waiting for right now.
All right, Paula, thank you so much for that. I want to get right to Ellie Honig. Ellie, Paula just mentioned one of the questions I had for you, which is the appeals. Let's just go with the fact that the Trump legal team will appeal this. Hard to imagine they won't. Then ultimately it could get to the Supreme Court. This Supreme Court, which on a very different matter, but obviously it had a lot of political ramifications, last week said that the sentencing in the hush money trial could go forward for Donald Trump. Does that give you any sense of how it could go down if the Supreme Court gets this in their lap in the next couple days?
Well, Dana, I don't think Donald Trump's team has any legal standing here. I don't think they're going to succeed either at the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals or even at the Supreme Court, because what the Trump team would essentially be asking to do here is to prohibit DOJ from releasing the January 6th special report. That's separate, as Paula said, from the classified documents report. There is simply no legal basis on which a court can stop DOJ from releasing that. So first of all, the special counsel, Jack Smith, has to create that report. He's already done that. We know that. Then it's up to the Attorney General whether he wants to release it. And there's simply no legal basis for a court, whether the Supreme Court on down, to come in and say, no, Attorney General, you cannot do that. More to the point, Donald Trump really can't show any ongoing prejudice here because he's already been dismissed from these two cases. That's actually why the classified documents decision to hold that one back and to keep that one just with Congress, it's a different case because there's still two defendants live in that case. So ultimately, I do think this report's going to come out, but Dana, it's all about managing the calendar and the clock here. If Donald Trump can hold this thing up another week, almost to the moment when he will become the next president, then his DOJ can choose not to release it. So just to sum up, I don't think he has any legal basis to get a court to stop it. But if he can gum things up for another 7 days, then it becomes his DOJ, and I'm sure they will not release it.
Yeah, such a good point. Thank you so much, Ellie. And again, to Paula. And
with everything going on in the United States right now, fires in LA County, okay? We've seen New Orleans, we've seen the Trump International Tesla explosion. New York, Bronx was literally, a building was on fire in Bronx. Heavy, not like a small fire, heavy fire. We've seen the subway system in New York. We've seen the homeless situation in California. Everything going on in the United States. The border, nobody's even talking about the border anymore. The border is not even a conversation, but the border is still going on, okay? In case people forgot the border, okay? The border is still a situation, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, okay? It's still going on right now. Nobody's talking about New Orleans anymore. It's like nobody even remembers that this guy had an ISIS flag in New Orleans. It's not even a conversation anymore. So these things are still going on. Okay, they are still investigating. Is ISIS here? Are they operating here? You know, like they're still figuring out what's going on in the United States. And these folks are here talking about special counsel. Oh, they're gonna open the report. They're gonna release the report on Trump. Like that's what we should be thinking about. Real life threat is going on in the United States. A lot is going on, and we're talking about special counsel report. Over 24 people have been confirmed dead in Los Angeles County, okay, by the LAPD. Tens of thousands of people gone. Their properties gone, if I may add. Tens of thousands of properties are just gone. And these folks right here talking about special counsel report. Okay, I see.
Here at the table, I mean, that is the Trump strategy from the beginning of all of his legal troubles, back when he first said that he was going to run for president, which is delay, in the hopes that his candidacy, his political situation, and ultimately his wish, and he got his wish, his status as president-elect would wipe it all away.
No question. And look, 1 week right now in this hour, he will be the 47th president. Presumably by then, Pam Bondi, who's been nominated to lead the Department of Justice, her confirmation will be forthcoming. So there's not that much time to run out the clock, but they certainly will try and do that. But it's just interesting that this ruling is coming from Judge Cannon now. It just goes to show that she's acting independently, I guess. Because, I mean, she's been his favorite. We'll see how he responds to it.
Yeah, and just for people who don't remember, she has been in charge of both of these cases, but particularly on January 6th and classified documents. She has ruled again and again and again in a way that helped the Trump legal team slow walk a lot of this. She's a Trump appointee. I'm not saying that one has to do with the other, but she has been somebody who Donald Trump has been speaking very favorably of because of that.
Absolutely, and you know that when his favor changes, we're going to hear about it. But it isn't that much time. He's certainly going to try and run out the clock. But even were this to come out, if there isn't that much new information in it, people know about these cases, people have heard a lot about them. It's not really clear what it does, but besides enter it into the record in terms of his fortunes. I mean, he'll be president in a week.
I'm going to be interested in see what Pam Bondi says.
Exactly. It's like, this is just leading to nowhere. He is going to be president whether you like it or not. So all of this stuff is like, for what? Can we focus on getting back the greatest economy that we can get? Can we focus on bringing down the gas prices, grocery prices? Can we focus on bringing down interest rate? Can we focus on bringing back safe borders? Can we focus on great foreign policies? Can we focus on bringing back jobs to the United States? Can we just focus on those things, like making sure the fires are not going on in Los Angeles anymore? Special counsel report on Trump on 2020 election. This is 4 years ago. It's actually 5 years ago at this point.
As when she testifies on Wednesday before the Senate Judiciary Committee, Ellie is probably right that they may not have a legal basis to stop it, but they could run out the clock. What will she do if she gets confirmed? And what will she say when she's asked about this? Will she say, we're not going to release this report if I have the opportunity? Or will she muddy the waters? Will she not answer directly? That'll be an instructive.
Breaking overnight, the new legal fight that Donald Trump is taking on just days before he takes office. The president-elect is now trying to stop special counsel Jack Smith from publicly releasing his final report on his investigations into the president-elect and the 2 federal cases that were brought and dismissed. Why is Donald Trump fighting this now? His lawyers read a draft of that report and argue in a new hearings. So this only adds us through this. What do we know about the report, and when can we see this?
Yeah, Kate, we've seen reports like this before from special counsel's offices, but not a fight like this on whether it could be released from the Justice Department. So what we can gather from court filings so far is that in these 2 cases against Donald Trump, the Attorney General is going to be reviewing a 2-volume report, one very likely about the classified documents case that was before Judge Eileen Cannon in Florida, and then another volume about the January 6th case against Donald Trump. What is happening in those volumes, we haven't seen them, but Trump's lawyers and others have been able to review them behind closed doors, is that they are the summations of these cases, these summations of the investigations. What the special counsel's office says is that they are not going to be handing their finalized report over to the Attorney General until at least 1 p.m. today. And if the public sees it, it won't be out until at least the morning of Friday. But ultimately, it's up to the Attorney General. And the Attorney General hasn't decided yet if that report is going to be public. Now, Trump's lawyers did write to the Attorney General on January 6th, yesterday, saying that he's got to get rid of Smith and not release this report. He said that part of this is about presidential immunity, that Donald Trump should face no criminal process, including disclosures about a prosecution around him while he is the president-elect. We'll see if that argument holds in court with Judge Cannon, too, which is where Trump's lawyers are now arguing to her, stop this, don't let them release it to the public.
Let's add another layer to this, Caitlin, because there are two men associated with Donald Trump also named in this, also with, let's say, a very vested interest in it. What do we know?
Yeah, Kate, that's where this is complicated a little bit more than in other special counsel's cases, because you have these two cases, criminal cases in federal court against Donald Trump that are dismissed, but there's an ongoing case, part of that classified documents case, the obstruction portion of it, against his two co-defendants in Florida, Walt Nauta and Carlos de Oliveira, two men who worked for Trump personally. And so because there are appeals over their case and they could continue to face those court proceedings, even the prosecution, the lawyers for Trump and their lawyers are saying, you can't make statements about them publicly in a report. Here's a quote from the filing. The final report is meant to serve as a government verdict against the defendants. The report revealed a one-sided narrative. There remains the threat of future criminal proceedings as to Nauta and de Oliveira, those two co-defendants, and those proceedings will be irreversibly and irredeemably prejudiced. That's what the position is from the defense side, arguing to the Attorney General. Don't release it, Justice Department. Do not put things out about these guys.
See what happens. Great to see you, Caitlin. Thank you so much for laying it all out for us. Really appreciate it.
CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig is with us now. Good morning, Counselor. Talk to us about exactly what this final report from a special counsel is, what role it plays in special counsel investigations, and whether we're actually going to see it in a few days.
So, John, if we think back a few years ago to the Robert Mueller report, that's essentially what this would be. The special counsel regulations under which Jack Smith is operating say that at the end of his investigation, and we're there for Jack Smith, he must, it's mandatory, create a written report that lays out his findings. Now, at that point, the report goes to the Attorney General, who then may, not must, but may release it to the public. Now, Merrick Garland, so far in his term, has immediately released special counsel reports to the public. He did that with the Robert Hur report about Joe Biden's classified documents. He did it with John Durham's report. So Donald Trump is taking really an unprecedented step here of trying to block the release of that report. Every time thus far in our recent history where one of these reports has been written, it has in fact gone over to Congress and then come out to the American public.
There are a couple interesting legal nuances here when it comes to the classified documents case. Number one, Judge Eileen Cannon basically threw out this case because she ruled the appointment of a special counsel was unconstitutional on its face. So could that impact the existence of a report?
Yeah, that's a fascinating question. I think that'll be the argument that Donald Trump will make to Judge Cannon. But remember, she only has the classified documents case. There's a separate case in Washington, D.C. on the January 6th indictment. So that argument's not going to apply. But I do think he's going to argue, Donald Trump's team will argue, the entire institution of special counsel is unconstitutional, as Judge Cannon found, and therefore you cannot release this report. That will take us into unknown territory, because while there have been several challenges lodged against special counsel over the years in various cases, not just this one, they've all failed up until Judge Cannon. So that could be the hook that he's trying to use here.
And one other little nuance here is that there are two other people charged and still charged in this case, Walt Nauta and Carlos de Oliveira, and their lawyers basically arguing, look, you put out this report, this could prejudice the case against them.
it's such an interesting wrinkle because they have a much stronger argument than Donald Trump does, because Donald Trump is out of this case. It's been dismissed against him. So the argument to him is you don't have any real stake in what comes out in this report. But Nauta and De Oliveira, those are the two Mar-a-Lago employees who were charged along with Trump in the classified documents case. They are still defendants, and they will say it wildly prejudices us and undermines our rights to have this long written tome come out that will talk about all the criminality we've engaged in. Now, on the flip side of that, I would bet you, John Berman, that by January 21st of this year, both Nauta and De Oliveira are recipients of pardons. But the report's got to come first, so we'll see.
That's a very fair point. Look, one of Donald Trump's best friends over the last several years has been the clock.
These folks just don't have anything else to do than to talk about Donald Trump every single time. He just gets all the press attention every single time. Donald Trump does this, Donald Trump does that, Donald Trump. All right, anyway, Sylvester Stallone's brother is right here saying he does not understand what is going on with the leadership in California.
Frank Stallone, he used to live in the Palisades back in the 80s. And I want to pick up on something that was in Griff's report, and that was, you heard Mayor Karen Bass, and who was in Africa when the fire started. And then you've got Governor Newsom. Governor Newsom, Frank, he goes on Meet the Press yesterday, tries to do cleanup. New York Post says this: Governor Newsom tries to weasel out of blame with his claims about the reservoir, and he's called out about it. Your reaction?
Well, it's all a bunch of jaw tackle. Everything starts from the top to the bottom, and everyone is complicit in it. Quinis should be fired for Department of Water and Power. I don't know how you have a reservoir. It's not like the Palisades is a metropolis. It's a small, quaint little town. And how the reservoir has been empty since July, that's my birthday, that's like 6 months ago, which makes no sense. And you see hundreds of fire trucks that are inoperable, that are in a lot, because they didn't get the money they need to hire mechanics and all to keep these things updated. As you know, a fire truck relies on hydraulics, so it's a lot of work. But it just seems like it's the blame game. You know, I mean, we have, honestly, the worst governor, definitely in the history of California, probably in the whole United States. And we have an inept mayor. And we just have ineptness everywhere. And this should have, I mean, of course we can't control, the winds and stuff, but I believe there's a lot of arson. I think it's environmental terrorism going on. I don't know how an ember goes from Pacific Palisades, like 8 miles, to the Hollywood Hills.
We don't know. And that's the thing. There's still no answers about the cause and that's obviously until they can get people safe and get, the ground, cooled off. We're just we're not going to know. I agree with you. But I want to ask you about this. You mentioned obviously Newsom and we were talking about Karen Bass.
Yeah.
Alicia Finley has a piece in the Wall Street Journal op-ed section this morning. She says how the left turned California into a paradise lost. And she said, after the November election, Newsom announced his plans to, quote, Trump-proof the Golden State. How about fireproofing the Golden State?
Well, that's not going to work now. I mean, Trump was saying 4 years ago that we had to clean that brush and on and on. But I mean, again, everyone is like passing the buck. And all these people, probably 94% of them, vilified me because I've been coming on Fox. I've been going online for 4 years stating my case. It's probably wrecked my career, whatever's left of it. But now everyone is like, rah, rah, but they were all like left-wing blues that voted these people in office. And now that their homes burnt down, forget the poor people in Altadena. I mean, they don't have anything. Those were like little homes and they're wiped out. They probably don't have insurance. They probably don't have a lot of money. So they're wiped out. But just because it happens to the rich elite, it's this front page news. If it was just Altadena and not the Palisades or Hollywood, you would hear a little bit about it. I mean, and that's what's tragic about the whole thing. These poor people are finished. And now we have looters.
I mean, look at this. Look at water, ladies and gentlemen. Look at water. Your home is getting burnt down to ashes, and it's supposed to be beach home. I mean, you would think that would be the last thing that would happen to a beach home. burnt to ashes. A beach home, ladies and gentlemen, by the water. Yeah.
To me, is the lowest form of life you could have. I mean, they're finding people that are looting these poor people that have lost everything. I mean, what kind of a human being does that? You know, in 1906, during the San Francisco earthquake, it was legal to shoot looters. I don't know if you could do that now, but in those days, they did.
Well, that's why a lot of people are pointing to the difference between Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis, who made it very clear after the last Hurricane Milton, you absolutely are going to pay the price if you try to steal from victims.
That's wow. Stealing from victims. Okay. Just like when we had the Hurricane Helen here in Georgia. The Hurricane Helen literally sent us into darkness. We didn't have power for 7 days, actually for 9 days, and we didn't have internet for 22 days. Okay. No power for 9 days, no electricity, no power for 9 days, no internet for 22 days. I had to move my family to another city close by where we stayed in an Airbnb. Sometimes you just got to thank God, man. Actually, every time you got to say thank you, God, because just imagine I didn't have the capabilities to be able to do that for my family. We would be here. I got a 5-year-old daughter. It's like in darkness. Bro, the first night it was pitch black. I had to of course, as a man in the United States, you got to make sure you defend and protect your responsibilities. Who happens to be, what, a 5-year-old girl? I mean, what are you going to do? Not protect your daughter? It's pitch black, ladies and gentlemen. So I know this types of stuff is going to be wild. Pitch black. Actually, this isn't pitch black. This is like red/orange. So you're going to have to strap up, make sure nobody touches the people that you care about. But in case you didn't know, Zelensky, okay, Zelensky right now, of course, the United States has sent billions of dollars, okay, billions, tens of billions of dollars to Ukraine for, to help them against Vladimir Putin. Now he is returning the favor, ladies and gentlemen. He is sending firefighters to California. Check this out. Zelensky is sending, this was what? This happened yesterday. He is sending firefighters to California. He isn't speaking English anymore. He is not speaking English, okay? So you're going to have to read whatever is on the screen. But he is sending firefighters to California.
Українці, українки, сьогоднішній день. Передусім, доповідь головкома Сирського детально наші дії на фронті. Я хочу відзначити всіх наших воїнів, які дійсно стійко утримують позиції, знищують окупанта, особливо воїнів 68-ї окремої єгерської бригади та 25-ї окремої повітряно-десантної за бої на Покровському напрямку. Найбільш жорсткий напрямок зараз. А також я дякую хлопцям з 82-ї та 95-ї десантно-штурмових бригад за дії на Курщині. Служба безпеки України продовжує працювати з полоненими з Північної Кореї. Один виявив бажання залишитись в Україні. Другий з них хоче повернутись в Корею. Якщо Кім Чен Ін взагалі пам'ятає про цих своїх громадян і може організувати обмін на наших воїнів, які утримуються в Росії, ми можемо передавати таких солдатів. Безперечно, будуть і інші полонені з Північної Кореї. Я вдячний усім нашим підрозділам, які поповнюють для України обмінний фонд. Наступне доручив сьогодні міністру внутрішніх справ України і нашим дипломатам підготувати можливість участі наших.
You have it. It says he has instructed the Minister of Internal Affairs to prepare themselves to join the rescue in combating the wildfires in California.
Рятувальників в боротьбі з пожежами в Каліфорнії. Там дуже важка ситуація, і українці можуть допомогти американцям захистити життя. Зараз
It says Ukrainians are going to help protect Americans, just like Americans have been helping them supposedly. This matter is being worked out and throughout
Це опрацьовується по відповідних каналах. Ми запропонували нашу допомогу американській стороні. 150 наших пожежників вже підготовлені.
We already have 150 firefighter prepared. 150 firefighters prepared to go to California. I see.
Щодо Молдови. На тижні в мене була
Okay, there you have it. Zelensky is ready to help Californians. Of course, I mean, he's been getting billions of dollars from Biden, so he definitely needs to go put on the fire jacket and rescue Californians. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis, and we've been streaming for 4 hours and 59 minutes, almost 5 hours. Okay, so firstly, I want to say thank you for tuning in. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You know what time it is. And if you're just tuning in and you don't know what's going on, well, you missed the whole show. So hopefully you can go back and watch the whole thing. This is not my hair, ladies and gentlemen. This right here is head warmer, ladies and gentlemen, like a beanie. I mean, Jesus, y'all don't know fashion. This is fashion, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, I'm gonna let it slide. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, and thank you for tuning in. We are here every day by God's grace. Okay, so hopefully we're here every day, and this is the 13th day of 2025, and a lot has gone down. A lot has gone down. Okay, so thank God you are here. You are alive. You're with your family. Be grateful to God because a lot of people don't have homes anymore in just 13 days. Some people lost their family members. Okay, so homes they've been living in for years, for decades, they've lost it just like that. If you still have a home, if you have your family with you, just be thankful, okay? Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on God. Never give up on your dreams. Believe in yourself. Believe in your dreams. And then believe in Almighty God. You know what time it is. I am signing out. Thank you to the veterans. Thank you to the active military members. God bless you. And thank you for your service. Yeah, man. Thank you to the moderators as well, even though we didn't block too many people today. We'll go again tomorrow. All right. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the show. And sincerely, your boy, Genesis, I am signing out. You know what time it is. Stay blessed. Stay focused. Never quit, no matter how hard life gets. Never, ever quit. Keep going. Keep focused. And keep going. All right. Genesis is signing out. I love you guys.